So we say ready?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Edible Responses. Edible Responses brings together artists and researchers who use food as the lens through which to think about systemic injustice and responses to it. My name is Rahul Guripudi, and I'm the exhibitions curator at Art Jameel, and I'm joined here today with my collaborator, Daniel Burrows, for an afternoon of activities that are examining how we need to transform our food systems in times of environmental crisis.
So hi everybody, thank you so much for joining us, and an especially big thank you to the British Council whose support has helped to make this afternoon's activities possible. My name is Danny Burrows, and for about the last decade my work has really looked at the intersections of art and food. I am currently the Director of Care at CLIMAVORE, and I lead Delphina Foundation's programme, The Politics of Food. Through this afternoon's activities, we'll have the chance to hear about a range of interdisciplinary research that engages and promotes in the really urgent work of reimagining our food systems in different geographies. We'll be looking into and touching upon a range of issues related to the impact of extractivism in the forms of colonialism, capitalism, and plutocracy, and how they've affected agricultural knowledge and production. We'll also be looking at the rise of counter movements that are engaged in the struggles of decolonialization and food sovereignty. As mentioned, today's activities are a collaboration between Art Jameel and CLIMAVORE, and maybe I can just give you a little bit of context to that. So CLIMAVORE proposes how we eat as humans change climates. It was founded by cooking sections, Danielle, Fernández, Pascual, and Alon, Schwabe. It is a platform, an agency, and a movement that facilitates a space to envision transformative food production, distribution, and consumption.
I'd love to sort of share a little bit with you about also how this conversation began, and share also with you a little bit more information about Art Jameel. Art Jameel supports artists and creative communities, and it was founded and supported by the Jameel Family Philanthropies, independent organization that is headquartered in Saudi Arabia and the UAE and works globally. Art Jameel's programs across exhibitions, commissions, research, learning, and community building are grounded in a dynamic understanding of the arts as a fundamental to life and accessible to all. Our two institutions, the recently opened Hi Jameel, a dedicated complex for arts and creativity in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, and the Jameel Art Center, where we're streaming live from today, an innovative contemporary institution in Dubai. They're complemented by digital initiatives like Edible Responses, as well as sort of collaborations with major institutional partners and a network of practitioners around the world. Recently, as part of the collaboration between Delphina Foundation and Art Jameel, Danny and I had the opportunity to work together on the inaugural exhibition that was called Staple What's on Your Plate. The exhibition investigates what we eat and the entanglement of food with memory, ecology, and place, and considers our relationship with food as a starting point to explore a larger landscape of the climate emergency. The greatest impact humans have on our planet is through what we eat, and the urgent work of addressing the climate emergency relates directly to our diets. This exhibition has shared some of the stories about where our food is coming from and why, and the social frameworks rooted in these relationships. We hope it is a way to think about the changes that need to be made to protect ours and the planet's future. And the exhibition, with a diverse group of international Gulf-based artists, is working across various media to bring together underlying stories and questions about what we eat, the histories entangled within, and the significant traces of our everyday choices, together with an extended public program that includes talks, performances, workshops, cooking sessions, tours, dinners, and screenings. Over its run, Staple will host more than 30 artists, researchers, chefs, producers, performers, filmmakers, and creative practitioners. The exhibition is hosted at Hi, our center in Jeddah, and we invite you to visit us.
Okay. So I'm just going to give you a very quick overview of what's going to be happening today. First of all, there's going to be, after Rahul and I finish, there's going to be an opportunity to view Habib Ayeb's work, Couscous Seeds of Dignity, which is a film that looks at the political, social, ecological, and environmental conditions of cereal and couscous production in Tunisia, and how it's connected to the food sovereignty movements there. This will be followed at 5:15 by a talk, I'll be in conversation with Devlin Kuyek from Grain and Munem Wasif around his work, Seed Shall Set Us Free, which is part of the exhibition currently showing at Sahar Jameel. Then after, we'll have a short break, and at 6:30 till 7:30, there'll be a conversation between Sahar Qawasmi and Nida Sinakrot from Sakaya, and Daniel Fernández Pascual and Alon Schwabe from cooking sections, which will be moderated by Nora Razian at Art Jameel. And they'll be thinking about how their respective practices have formed organizations that are dealing with agrarian and coastal practices around food production. And then we will wrap up events with a lecture performance When Salmon, Salmon, Salmon by cooking sections.
Great. We hope you enjoy these events, and do chime in and sort of share your questions with us on the live stream, which is happening on our YouTube channel. And we'll connect with you shortly. The next thing that follows is Couscous Seeds of Dignity, a film by Habib Ayeb. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy.
كان فلاح الوالد، عنده قريبة 40 قطار. كي توفى هو تقسموا كما يقولوا فيها على الاخوه، كل حد شوي شوي، وكل حد حكايه مطيرين ولا 3 مطارات.
كان يزرع في الاصناف القديمه حتى هو.
اي الاصناف القديمه هذه لقيته عنده. قلت لك تعرف من عمري تو تقريبا يعني قريبة 50، يعني اعمل حساب من 14 سنه وني مشيت في الفلاحه، نخدم في الفلاحه. يعني الاصناف الموجوده نتاع جدود الاولانيين كل قاعده عندي، ثم الشيلي وثم المحمودي وثم البسكري وثم جناح ختافه. هذا انا مصلي على اني فيه في البقعه هذه تو في الوقت هذا ثم تلقاها وقت تجي الامطار ثم يمكن علو نقول لك تميك بريسك توك 50 سم 60 سم علو. وقت اللي امسني ان شاء الله ربي يتفكرنا. الاصناف الجديده بالنسبه للمنطقه نتاعنا احنا لهنا ما تتمشاش مع المناخ نتاعنا، وبالاصناف العربي هذه يعني القديمه تلاوي تقعد يعني تعالج حتى الاخر نهايه.
مطعم من الاصناف القديمه ولا الاصناف الجديده؟
لا سامحني تو في هذه ثم حسابات اخرى. بالنسبه للاصناف القديمه المطعم نتاعها ديما شيء اخر، كان من خبز، كان من كسكسي، كان من محمص، كان من كل شيء حتى من النوعيه نتاعها كي تجبد النوعيه نتاع القمح تلقاها النوعيه هذيك مصلي على النبي خير من النوعيه الاخرى. خطاو كيما السميد تو اللي ناخذوا فيه كيما السميد اللي نخرجوه من الرحي نتاع الطاحونه، تو كان تجي تخزر له حتى من اللون نتاعها ما حسابات هذيك.
على قد ما تعلق الخبز تجيك طريه وباهي، تجيك طريه وتجيك الخبز ما تيبسش، وكنت تحب تحطي فيها زيت تحط تجي مبس زاد ما يسالش، كما تحطي معاه كمون تجي زاد ريحتها فاوحه، ما تحطيش ما يسالش تاع العالم تحطي زاد ما يسالش. نعجنوها مليح كما كاك بتجي الخبز طريه، ودنيا خبزات صغيرات باش يجيك ماهيش كبير ياسر ما نميهاش في الطابون خاطر الطابون تحرقك، وطيبي في الطابون تحمي الطابون تحمي منها السكت من اللوط تجريها من الرماد، تحطي فيها شويه حطب تحميه، تهجع شويه طابونه مك النار وتهزي عاد الماده فيها الخبز كما كاك وهزي القبصان حداك فيه المي وتلصقي خبزتك. انت شبحيلها عاد ولا تتوقحيها ولا تدبي شويه عندك سكيكات ولا عندك حجيرات.
انت تخدمي الفلاحه؟
نبكي على الفلاحه ما لقيتش شغال، لقيت ما كيفاش نفعل ماشي ما لقيت نخدم نحب نزرع زيتون، نحب نسقي، نحب نزرع الخضر، نحب نعمل المحصوبه، نعمل بقر، نحب نعمل ما لقيتش ما ثمش.
انت فلاح؟
مالا شنو؟ مالا اني تاجر فلاح بن فلاح اصل جدودي فلاح اصل.
نحب نشري 5 هكتارات
يشوفوا لك نبيعوا لك، ما نقولكش 5 هكتارات لا وجولك
من ارضك انت؟
لا ارضي ما نبيعهاش عندي، وين نبيع لك فيها؟
عندك فلوس؟
عندك فلوس ولا عندك حتى ذهب؟ فهذيك ملكنا ما نجموش نبيعوه، ونبيع فيها اش نعمل بها انا الفلوس؟ لكن نبدا ندور هكا فهمتني ولا لا في وسطها ويبدا عطي ربي خير من المال. نبدا عامل كيف يجيبك القدومه في يدي وندور فهمتني نلقى جد الخرش مقلع ساعه نجي ونقعد نعمل كيف هكا نصيف ساعه ونروح.
وهذاك عش خلات تونس هي، هذاك عش خلات الآن تعرف مرة يجي هكا خوذ ناس ورت عقار تجارة العقارات هي هي بقداش شريتها ب 50,000 ياخذها ب 50 دينار تعطيني ب 10 ملايين تو تبيع عاود 10 ملايين تطبل بهم ويذكر بهم ثم قعدت كالعادة. يا لون احنا الأرض هذيك مكسب، انا واحد من الناس الأرض هذيك كيما ولادي.
كيفاش تقول الأرض وولادك كيف؟
اي نعم ولادي نايل الأرض ولادي نعز ولادي ولا لا؟ نعزهم ولادي نعزهم ولا لا؟
يا ما ولادك
كبدي وحتى حتى هذيك نقص من كبدي.
وتحس معناها حتى كي يجيك الصابه تحس بنخوه. قداش جبت 100 طرنات السنه 100 طرنات قداش باش توكل من عائله. حطيت انا معدل هكا الطرناطه اللي ننتجها انا قمح توكل 2 عائلات. 100 طرناطه نقول هذوما 200 عائله في تونس باش يعيشوا من اليوم حتى العام الجاي لقيت هذا كيف معناها لكن 100 طرناطه باش يوكلوا 200 عائله عام كامل. عندي انا نخوه شيخ، ولكن كي باش ندخلوا في الخصوصيات معناها كل ارض المهندس نتاعها هو فلاح. فما حاجات في الميكرو كليما كيما الميكرو كليما السخانه غاديك مش كيما السخانه هنا. انت تعرف ارضك انا هي المراضه برشا وهنا اللي ماهيش مراضه. اذا كان واحد النبته ماهيش في صحه جيده الفلاح هو بيدو يمرض لا يحس بالكآبه. هذا الفلاح اللي يحب يعيش مع النبته نتاعو، لان حياتي يشوفها كيفاش بدات الحياه وكيف تنتهي. كل عام عنده تبدا الحياه وتوفى، تبدا معك الزراعه وتنبت وتوفى الحياه نتاع النبته هذيك وقت اللي يحصدها. كي عاود يزرع يحس روحه جديد، عاد تولد ولولي جديد، فهمت؟ زرع وباش يخلط فهمت؟ هذا هو الفلاح بالنسبه لي انا.
فلاح تنجم تقول ولات كل عاره نقولوا انا فلاح. لا فلاح بن فلاح، هذيك هي تزيد نولي هيك مش نعتز بك نقول فلاح.
برافو.
اي
شنو قيمته؟
كما عندك والديك تحسهم وتحبهم ولو حتى يتوفاوا، وتقعد هذيك مع باك ومع حنينك ما تتنحاش، حتى كي توقع مناسبة كما هيك تحكي بحنيني وبابايا أرضك هيك زاد. لازم تقعد في القلب الداخل، لازم الإنسان يحبها اللا شعور، ما عنده ما غير ما مش حبيتها خاطر نجت لي وبعد لا لي يعني نقعد فيها ونتمرغ حتى فوق منها. تعجبني الأرض.
كل شيء مسيني أنا ما نشريش، راه نخدم أما ما نشريش. الأرض أصلا نحبها، كيف تحبه تعطيك، ما تحبهش ما تعطيكش. كي تخدمها كيف إلا خدمتها تعطيك، ما خدمتهاش ما تعطيكش.
اش ديري هنا في الأرض؟
الأرض عندي نخدم جلبانة، بطاطا، شوية زيتون شريتهم هذوك منتجت منهم شوية زيتون، وعندي الزيت نقربوه هنا شمرة هكا رجلين ونعفسوه ونبيتوه، اللوم تغود ونزيدو نطفحوه.
هي احسن ماكله عندك؟
نحن احسن ماكله عندي الكسكسي والملوخيه. الكسكسي على خاطر نعاول فيه بيدي، نكسكسو ونفور وننشرو للسمش، فورو مره عنبوش المره الاخرى يعني كتواتي خضره ولا كتواتي يعني تنطيب، فوره واحده نفورو مش فورتين كيما نتاع الحانوت. نعم خاطر بيتنا لوط بيتنا كفلاح، نعرف بيتنا قبل يكسكس وجتنا ولات نكسكس، ونعود ثاني في السنين نتاع نعود ونحب نبيع، اما ما كانش شكون يعني شرايه هنا.
وراجلك موجود؟
هو يعاون هو البر ونايم في السين، وين يشوفني يعني تعبت نتعبوا نحن في السين، نتعبوا بالكدا نقول لك. ها يعاونني كي يشوفني تعبت يعاونني. كيما ما نتعاونوش على هم الدنيا كي هاك ما نجموش رواح.
والله فما نساء تعرف، هاي صدقني تعرف تزرع زادة، فما نساء زادت. بالنسبة للفلاحة تعرف، بالنسبة للبقعة دي تعرف ناس تخدم في الفلاحة، ناس متشبثة بالفلاحة، أما ما عندهاش يودي من متلفت لها لا وزير لا دولة. اعتبرنا كاني من سين بالنسبة للبقعة هذه من سين. هاك تقصر الماء ما عندنا، الماء ما فماش قطرة، تعرف الماء تويك مخصوص، هاو في الشتاء مخصوص.
قصدك ماء الفلاحه؟
الماء نشربوا فيه، نشربوا مخصوص تويك الماء في الشتاء مخصوص. نشربوا هون نطلعوا للجبل هذاك يجيبوا في الماء. هو الارض هذه هاك تقصر فيها يعني اراضي دوليه، ارض هامله اكاكا، يجي الفلاح تو كيفي انا ولا كيفي واحد اخر ولا معناها يعطيهم مقاسم ارض، تعطيه خليه انت اولاده، خليه يا خويا يكون الامكانيات نتاعه، يولي ينتج ويصدر اللي يعطي للدوله ويصدر حتى للاجنبي يعطيه. علاش هو يجي غادي يهز خيرك انت من هي الغادي. باهي يا فلاح ننتج القمح، ننتج الشعير وننتج الحيوان ونولي نبيع، انت باك مش تشتري مني. شكون مش هو؟ ننتج ونبيع لك انت وانت باش تاكل، باش انت مش توكلني.
نزرع أنا ديما شوية فرينة، أقل شيء نص هكتار فرينة، نزرع أقل شيء نص هكتار الشعير، ونزرع القمح كريم وأنواع أخرى متاع قمح، باش لا قدر الله إذا كان ما مشاش القمح متاع كريم نلقاو القمح الآخر واحد يمشي. بالنسبة للطموحات متاع البي ان جي معناها القديمة نسميهم واحد طموحات بي ان جي، الطموحات القديمة من 25 20 همدا والتبن يعطيو خير ربي، حتى ال 460 باله تبن في الهكتار. باركونتر القمح نتاعنا كريم ورزاق 250 يعطيو 250 باله. 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 250 كي تحسب تلقاها واحدة قريبة لبعضها. إذا كان كريم تداويه مرتين، مرة على السبتورية ومرة على الحمراء، القموحات البيدي والشتلة وجناح خطيفة والشيلي ربما يتداوى واحد مرة برك على الحمراء كهو.
الوزارة تقول لك زريعة ولا أنت
عادة يجيبوا زريعة من بعد الثورة، ما عادش يجيبوا، قليل يجيبوا ما حاجة قليلة. توا كيما السنة جابوا لي يونيكمون القمح كريم، حتى المشي وجاي نتاعهم نقصوا لهم الكراهب. معناها ثوره في عضوجات، نعملوا ثوره زاده في الفلاحه، ونعملوا ثوره في كل شيء، في دماغاتنا وفي خدمتنا. لا نقصوا الخدمه، نقصوا عليهم الكراهب باش ما عادش يجيو يقعدوا في البيروات ياخذوا الشهري ويروحوا على رواح مكعب.
قبل سيدي كانت عندنا الانواع، ولكن الانواع هذه كلها ما عادش موجود. ما نعرفش وزاره الفلاحه نتاعنا بدلت تغييرها في النعمه. كان عندنا المحمودي يقولوا صبع الجيه، جناح خطافه، برشا انواع، وتمشي مع المناخ نتاع بلاصتنا. راهي انا البلاصه اللي نحكي لك عليها هذه زرعت فيها قمح، اللي وصلت واقف في وسط الهنيه العنكوش، والمحمودي ما عادش نمشي ندور عليه حتى في الاسواق، ما ثماش. وساعه لساعه تقول له محمودي يحلف لك ويقول لك محمودي يجي تزرع هنا تلقاه نوع اخر.
تو مثال هذا محمودي، هذه سلعه قديمه ياسر، هذه سلعه تاع جدودنا الاصلي. محمودي ها عبي له طرف مرة هز وريها له. هذاك محمودي يعني كابتو كركبه، وهذا جناح خرطيفه، هذا اللي خذيته من عند البنك الجينات من تونس. وري وزرعت منه، ان شاء الله فما مطر وان شاء الله نجدوا منه الزريعه.
تنتجوا الاصناف هذه ترجعوا منها للبنك ولا تعملوها؟
نخزناها ونعاودوا نزرعوا، واذا كان البنك مثال ما عندوش منها ولا فاترين ياخذوا، مش باش يعطيها لي انا ونعملوا مزايا على بعضنا وبرا. هو فما النية نفس النية، أنا نعطيه باش الزريعة ما تندثرش ويجددها. هو كيف باش يعطيني منها، عنده منها كما نقولوا فاضلة طريف، يقول لك ازرع كفلاح. خل تكثر هني في الساحل مثال وتكثر بعدين.
انت شايفها فكرة باهية تكثر؟
ها باهي شنو تكثر من الليل. لازمنا نحافظوا ما كانش، اذا كان مش نقعدوا مركزين على السلعة من برا يصير لنا كي الدلاع والبطيخ تو شبيه الدلاع. مثال الزريعه نتاع كابه الدلاع ما عادش تنبت.
راهو باجي نقول حاجه، نحب نقول حاجه. راهو مبدئيا الساعه القمح الكريم جابوه لنا هذاي، نحن ثلاث حوايج. نحن المرعى كل لما تصيف القش ما ثماش، نحن التبن اللي باش تشتي به الماشيه ما ثماش، زيد القمح نتاعها ماهوش الكل. نعرف المحمودي جناح خطيفه، صباع الجيه، لا اله عند رسول الله، حميره. هذا قبل كزرع في جدي مسلي عن بيه، حتى من النكهه نتاع السميد نتاعها، معناها فيه نكهه وفيه السميد قبل الصلب. وقت اللي احنا كنا نصدروا فيه جات هذه الغرب، معناها جاب بعض المهندسيه نتاعهم، اذكر المهندسيه نتاعنا لعبوا لنا اللعبه، نحوا لنا الزرارع هذه وجابوا لنا الزراعه نتاعهم. الزراعه نتاعهم تزرعها السنه العام الجاي ما عادش تنتج كيما الدلاع. انا قبل خدت على باباي الدلاعه معناها النحل قلوب يهز زراعه تلقاها مسلي عنبي. اليوم الدلاعه هذيك حاجه برا نمشي نحل قلوب ما تنبتش. هذه خدمه معناها هذه التكنولوجيا نتاع الغرب، باش احنا نقعدوا ديما تحت صباط. بما فيهم الغرب رجال الاعمال وافقوا وخذاو النمط هذا رجل الاعمال، باش هو رجل الاعمال يقول لك يا خويا انا نجي فيه صور شاطرين نصدر ونجيب لي. اذا كان هو هذا المصدر اللي كنحكي عليه هذا، اذا ما يجيش القمح من برا وما يهزش القمح احنا يبيعه، فهمتني؟ يقول لك نعطيني هذا نصدر رد لامريكا ونجيب الاخر باش نبيع للفلاح. وهو مش مضروب فيها، مضروب فيها الفلاح. نورمالمون وزاره الفلاحه هيك رخصت لها وجابت لها وقالت لها برا جيب الزراعه وكذا، هي تتبع وهي تعمل مهندسيه وتقول لك سنين تخطيه، تقول انت راك جبت لنا قمح، انت بعث لنا مثلا نعطيك مثال كيما العلوش كنت على يجيبوا فيه تجاره. الحكايات ماهيش مكسب دوله، تجاره.
فما فلاحة اللي كيف تجيب له صنف محمودي ولا بسكري عينيه تزغل بالدموع ويقوم يبكي. بوه خلاها له ولا جده خلاها له وهو ضيعها. وهذه جاته فرصة من ذهب وانه باش يعاود يرجعها ويعاود يمارسها.
كيفاش بديت؟ شنو المراحل اللي مشيت تلوج عليها؟
مشينا للبلايص الواعرين، المناطق الجبلية، الأرياف اللي بعيدة، علاش؟ على خاطر البلايص هذيك ما وصللهاش مثلا البذور المحسنه ولا البذور المدخله من الخارج. دونك الفلاح الصغير اللي في منطقه نائيه، في منطقه جبليه بعيده، ديما باش يبقى يحافظ على الصنف هذاك والبذور هذيك اللي ورثها على ابوه وعلى جده. وهذاك علاش خمم البنك الوطني للجينات في احداث برنامج للمحافظه عند الفلاح. يعني هيك الاصناف اللي لميناهم من عند الفلاح يتحافظوا في البنك الوطني للجينات ثم يعاودوا يرجعوا في المنظومه الفلاحيه.
الفلاح الصغير كل حال عامل شين صغيره، من الدجاجه للفلوس للعظمه والبقره والعجل فهمت توا، والوسخ نتاع البقره يحطوا في الارض، والتبن نتاع القمح الشيلي يجي عالي يعمل به المطمور، لا يجيب بتيه حديد ريتش بتيه هنا بلاستيك ولا حاجه، الكل من البيئه. الناس كل تموت هنا، يموتوا 80 85 90، هذا يموت صحيح كالشجره يموت واقف، رغم اللي الشيلي مسكين راهو كشتله ما يعطيش روندمون كبير، اما يعطي نوعيه القمح. السنه العام ما ونقص مطر، تو ان شاء الله نعملوا دوره من بعد تلقى الشيلي كانه يجري تحت الماء شادد روحه.
والمنافع الصحيه هي منافع صحيه، القمح الشيلي ما تلقاش حتى في قمح من الانواع الاخرى. احنا نبدو بعاد ثم 5 6 كيلومتر، والقمح الشيلي كي يطيبوه في الطابونه ويسيبوا الفحم نتاعه نشموه على بعد 5 كيلومتر.
مثل الكسي نتاع الشيلي فهمتني، والكسي يعني
بالشم تفرق،
يعني بالشم برك تفرقها من غير حتى الماء.
اللي زارعينه في الريف البرة وما يستعملش بالفosفات، ما يستعملش بالمونيتر، فهمت؟ على الطبيعه مكتوب.
والتونسي يستاهل باش ياكل باهي. تونسي معناها اولادكم من بن قردين حتى البنزرت وليدات صغار، توا تمشي قدام المدارس تلقاه شاري كيك او شاري يندري شنو محشي في الباكوات والناس تاكل مسيكنات. علاش مش ما نعملوش صيغه خويا؟ هاو القمح يجيو يتصرفوا فيه، عملوا له المهندسين اللي قاعدين يتخرجوا من معناها من الجامعات نتاع الماكله، يجيو خويا يثمنوا اعملوا كيك بالشيلي.
كسر فطاي ملاوي.
ملاوي؟
هاي باش
نديري
نخبزها في بزيت الحر وبعد ندناها في الطاجين ونطيبها نرفسها.
ديما بزيت زيتون ولا ساعات بزيت الحاكم يجي؟
لا ساعات بزيت الحاكم، السنة باهي العيام جا صابة، عيام هكا وعيام هكا. ها كل طبقة وطبقة، يعني عملت بايق دي من داخل. ها ولا مالح انا نمشي كيف المالح اليوم، نمشي كيف المالح اليوم، نمشي كيف المالح والفلفل والبحار
حار. بالنسبه لنا خاص لا هذا الحار. انتم ما تاكلوش الحار؟
لا ناكلوا الحار، نشوف حار الشباب الصغير وياكل. هاني شيء ها
فلاحة يقول لك متعة وراحة. نادر حمارة قدام البيت ساب الجناحة، نادر حمارة هذه الحمارة قمحة حمارة. الآخر ثار قال من يغلم السرادة وحم، خلصت الديل اللي ذا رسم. ثار ما عندوش قال فهمت ولا لا، المنيا فرق دجاج ومن المغرب وحده يتلم.
قداش عمرك عم الحاج؟
عفا عمري توي كايس سنة 8.
بارك الله.
ها الحمد لله.
الصحة هذه جاية من الفلاحة ولا منين؟
ها منين جاية؟ جاية من القمح والشعير، جاية من القمح والشعير. وتجي السارح فهمتني ولا لا، ما ناول عظم ناكل حتى بالحاره بالحارتين عظم عاد بحيث فهمتني ولا لا. نزرعوا القمح، نزرعوا الشعير، نزرعوا الفارينه، حتى نوجدوا الزريعه ونجهروا نطامر في النخزن. النعمه تبدا معزله فوق الارض مدريه لا باس عليها، نجهروا نطامر في الارض ونطوقوه بالتبن بالتالقه ولا بالقسوال مطوق فهمتني ولا لا، وانه يقعد حتى ب3 سنين تحت الارض.
بالدواء ولا بلاش؟
ثم دواء عربي فهمت ولا لا، محراك ما نقولوا الخليل الزعتر الحوايج هذوك ما يحمون بهم باش يقعد ذاك الريحه هذيك نتاعها ما يسوسش. توا ولت الماكينه، ماكينه كل شيء يجي مرق.
اما خير الماكينه ولا المندره بالقبل؟
لا المندره خير، مندره تيحان تبنك فهمتني ولا لا، يطيح تربح التبن تفزك الصباح على الندوه تلقاه جاي فاوح في خشمك، والله من عند ربي يجي يفاوح في خشمك تصوب عليه الندوه ويتلم ذاك النوار هذيك ويتكوم يولي حتى علو البيت هكاك كوم فهمتني. اليوم اصبحنا تخلي كالعود هكا النعمه كالتري هذيك كتمنى التري وكل يدب.
ريت هون فين عايش وفين مفلح.
تحصد اليوم؟
اي نحصد بالعربي، نحصد بالعربي.
انت ما تحصدش بالماكينه؟
نحصد بالماكينه. اي اما ما زالت خضرا نعم، ونحصد بالشعير.
سبب ايه؟
الحمد لله يا رب. بالنسبه للسدي فضل من عند ربي.
شعير عربي.
اي
والزراعه نتاع انتم متعودين تنتجوا فيها.
اي هذه
منها زراعتك.
اي هذه خلوا منها زريعتي، هذه نتاع الجدود الاولى. هذه نتاع الجدود الاولى. نحصد وندرسه وخلي زريعتي وكذا اللي عندي برشا نبيع.
واللي تخليها عندك ايش تعمل بيه؟ كيفاش تاكله؟ شنو استهلاك شنو؟
استهلاك خبز، شوربه، ملثوث، اكل
كسكس الشعير،
كسكس الشعير يستعمل علف يجي
علف
علف اي علف
الشعير ولا التبن؟
اي لا الشعير حتى هذا نعلفوا فيه،
الشعير
نعلفوا فيه كذلك كمطار والواحد نعلفوا نعطوه.
وهذا مداوي ولا مش مداوي؟
لا هذا ماهوش مداوي.
انا ما يتسمى ما صرفت عليه شيء.
لا ما خدمه بالتراكتور صرفت مازوت. مازوت تعرف واحد 3 سكاك هذا يخلاه.
لا وسنة قلت لي العام متوسط.
لا سنين متوسط، سنين ما فيش.
علاه؟
ما ثماش مطر. ليش ربي خاطر ما العباد تبدل. ما عادش يخلي ما عادش يخرج العشر. ما عادش ما يخرجش عشر ربي يعطي نتاع ربي نتاعك القليل ونتاعك الزوالي.
وانت تخرج في العشر؟
شكون؟ والله ايش بدك نكذب عليك، ساعات اخرج وساعات ما اخرجش.
الصعبة هذه نتوقع انا هذايا باش يعطي بونتو 35 40 ما يفوتهمش. فيه اللي سبولة اللي البارب نتاعها كحلة، فما سبولة اللي البارب نتاعها بيضة، فما الطويلة وفما القصيرة مخلطة، الصنف مخلط. فيه الفرينة، فيه الشعير، فهمت، وفيه الأمراض. حتى في الماكينة باش نخليه آخر حاجة تتحصد باش المرض اللي فيه ما يتعداوش حبات للواحد الآخرين. بالنسبة للذهبة يشبه للشيلي، ونجموا ناخذوا منه ونصفيوه، نجموا ناخذوا منه تو قبل ما نحزو باش نخليو بارتي. نحنا نخليو بارتي هذيك نحيو منها كان السبولة. نلموشي 20 30 كيلو، العام الجاي يزرعوا لنا ما شاء الله ال 20 30 كيلو نجموا يزرعوا لنا حتى نص هكتار واكثر، فهمت؟ وناخذوا منهم بحول الله الطرناطه وطرناطه ونص هذوك ونوزعوهم على الفلاح. ما هيش الغرض ماهوش تجاري، الغرض التجاري تو نزرع كريم ونزرع الاصناف اللي قلت لك يجيبوا فيها من الخارج. اما هذا غرض معناه باش الانسان يحافظ على كسب وطني.
اللي يقول لك الارض تجيب الزعفران،
أيوة.
انت ارضك تجيب الزعفران
ان شاء الله.
الا الخدمه اللي يشقى يلقى، واللي ما يشقى ما يلقى. ماكش معناها غضبان.
لا والله لا.
خاطر المطل ناقصه جا ربي الحمد لله. هذاك القلب اللي ربي يعطيه.
ديما نستحمد في ربي، يا ربي الحمد لله عطيتنا الشبيبه حتى الزريعه.
حتى الزريعه باش الانسان يعاود يزرع
أيوة.
ويبقى ديما الراس حي. ها؟
لا علاش ما تحبش تسلف فيها الارض؟
هذه كيف نمشي نتسوق، اذا نفرش وقتاش نجيها اقسم بالله الا هكا. ما نحبش نقعد في البلاد.
ما تنجم تبيعها وتشري ارض اخرى في بلاصه اقرب للبلاد.
قال لك تبيعها وتاخذ وطا اخرى.
خلينا نمشي
لا ما نبيعهاش وما ناخذش.
وانت ما تبيعهاش؟
لا لا لا، هذا البيع ما نقولوش عليه.
اي
والله ما نبيعها للموت. الموت تقعد احفادي ياكل.
قداش عمرك؟
ولد 9 اشهر او 9 اشهر هكا هو.
انت اصغر مني. انت اصغر مني.
ماذا سيدي؟ 96 سنة.
طول عمرك
يا رب العالمين.
صحة الابدان.
ونمشي صحيح ولا باس، ونمشي ونحب على كراعي، كيف نتغشش نخبط حتى المدى على كراعي.
يا رب.
الاخضر اللي تربط به
هذا كديس. هو جابتها معه. هذا ينبت في جبل. نطلعوا له احنا نجيبوه، خاطر كي نربطوا بالخيط ثم ناس تربط بالخيط النيلو هذاك السباولي هذاك ما يدرسش الماكينه، يتعدى النيلو هذاك ياكل الحيوان يتلوث له في كرشه غادي ما يمر، وهذاي حتى كي ياكله ما يمش. لما نقول لك هكا الناحيه الخايبه هذاي هاك الاصفر هذاك يتقطع، اي يتقطع يابس هذاك، ونقسمهم على زوج طريفات، هاو طريف منه طريف منه هكا، ونقول له هكا، ونعمل لها ضربتين هكا، ونجبد هكا،
ايوه،
وبعد هذه يزيد نقول لها هكا شوي تتبرم، ونقول لها كيما هكا، ندخلها ونجبدها طريف هكا وهكا، جير بعد هذاك نربطوا به الحلل ولا كيما قال.
وقت الحصاد وقت مهم بالنسبه لك انت؟
بالطبيعه اعتبرني كاني مستواكم نعدي في الباط، وقتاش تطلع لي النتيجه وقتاش نلمد عاد نلمد المنتوج ونحصله عاد ونروح به للظهر. ايش بيك كان الحين نقولوا الحمد لله كذا اللي وافر ومصلي على النبي يوصل للدار دعوا شكاك الفلاح، اما كاكا لا ما حرثت ولا كذا ولا وقت الحصاد تلمد المنتوج وكل شيء وتخدمه وتستحفظ عليه وربي يوصل بالسالم كما نقولوا فيها كل شيء وتلمده. هاك الساعه تقول يا ربي ولك الحمد والشكر.
شنو هذاك عم بالقاس؟
هذا القمح الرمان.
هذا الرماني بشواته.
بالضبط.
وعلاش رابطه هكاك؟
علاش لميت؟
حطيتها في الشباك.
وشنو عطاك بونتو ضعيف؟
ضعيف خلاص
من قلة المتر؟
من قلة المتر مثلا.
والتبن باهيش في التبن؟
ها هو
باهي بالتبن؟
باهي.
نبيل شنو النوع هذا؟
فاريتي قديمة جابتها لنا بنك الجينات واعطيناها لعم بالقاسم باش عمل معناها تكثير نتاعو. تو ولا ملكه عم بالقاسم.
كان من اول دخلت لنا بالصومال.
اي.
وقعدت قارة ما نظيفة.
ايوه.
ما فيها كان هذا.
اي.
حصادها حمودة ودرسها ما قدرسنا بالزوير غير.
اي.
ثلاثة هي صافي.
اي هذا تو تخليه ديما نظيف عم بالقاسم ما عادش تخلط عليه.
لا
ها؟
لا ما عادش.
حتى كي يطلع فيه هكا بعبوس بغل نحيه باليد.
اي يسنح.
عم بالقاسم يقول اللي باع ارضه باع عرضه.
ايوه باع عرضه.
هذا الفكره هذا ما عادش تلقاه تو عند الناس اللي يعيشوا في
لا ما عندك 12 مليون واحد باش توكلهم، يعني الناس هذي قد يوكلوا 12 مليون واحد؟
لا 12 مليون يوكلوا رواحهم. احنا نحاولوا نوروا لي ميثود القديمه كيفاش كانت الناس تعيش متكفيه لاباس عليهم. بالشبر ترابي يعيش لاباس عليه، والبنيه نتاعو تهد حيط. اما الا كان انت تحب 12 مليون وكلهم انا، حتى حد ما يوكلهم.
لا نجيب مستثمر يوكلهم، يعرف يوكلهم.
ما يوكلهمش، يقتلهم.
كيفاش؟
يقتلهم. يعني فما قمح يعطي بونتو 60 بونتو 70،
لا ما
شكاله تاع 70 شكاله باش بالكيمياء.
كدولة يا دولة لازم تقفوا مع الفلاحة. الفلاحة راهي ركيزة البلاد، راهي ركيزة البلاد. راهي عندنا ثروة فلاحية مش نورمال. عندنا بالنسبة لتونس عندنا برشا حاجات اللي كونها الدولة مش عطيتها قيمة، مش عطيتها قيمة. راهو عندنا كل شيء، عندنا موجود، عندنا الفلاحة، عندنا السياحة، عندنا كل شيء موجود في تونس. احنا قداش من 12 مليون 11 مليون، حاجة قليلة راه، حاجة قليلة 10 ولا 11 مليون راه.
تونس تنجم يكون عندها الاكتفاء الذاتي؟
الاكتفاء الذاتي الغذائي عندها معايش الشعب، وتنجم تصور البر. الدكلان يوردوا فيها البر، زيت الزيتون يوردوا فيه البر، الرمان يوردوا فيه البر، كل شيء يوردوا فيه البر راه. كيفاش تحب تونس مش لاباس هذه؟ خيتو تصدر الزيت، تصدر الرمان، وتصدر الدقله، وشنو تجيب لنا في القرايو من برا؟ تجيب لنا في القرايو عند امريكا.
اذا كانت باين احنا نحيتنا الاصناف القديمه نحاولوا توا ونتحاربوا فيها، نتحاربوا معاها باش نعاودوا نجدوها ونزوها نرجعوها معناها للاماكن نتاعها. لانه جابوا لهم هاو كريم من الاول، تخلاو على الاصل نتاعهم ومشاو لك هالشتل الجديده. كي ما لقاوش رواحهم توا في الشتل الجديده، رجعنا لبونتو 3 والبونتو 4 ومازال جاي قدام، لانه العوامل المناخيه تبدلت وماشيين للجفاف اكثر من الامطار. معناها يلزمنا بالصيف علينا نرجعوا للاصناف القديمه تدريجيا، مانيش نقول لك تو دانكو، فهمت، ونعاودوا نرجعوها للاماكن نتاعها صحيحه. نقول لك انا صحيح انا نعطيك جناح خطيفه صافي مريقل بونتو 25، ولكن كي باش يرجع لبلاصتو ما هو باش يعطي كان بونتو 10 و13، خير من يعطي بونتو 3، خير من كريم يعطي بونتو 3 ويعطي التبن. حتى كي ما يعطيكش قمح يا سيدي يعطيك بونتو 2 3 باش يعطيك التبن، لانه يطوال يعلى بالكدا وما يمرضش. اقل استهلاك نتاع ادويه اللي هي امبورتيج، هذه هي بالديفيز. فما حتى طريقه نتاع نيتراتاج نجموا نجربوها مع بعضنا، نحيوك الحشيش من غير حلبه ومن بعد نزرعوا مع القمح نحطوا شويه حلبه، لان الحلبه تطلع نجموا نسبقوها، تطلع الحلبه هي الحلبه معناها تشد واحد $1 تحطوا في عروق اللوطه، فهمت؟ نجموا نزرعوها ونزرعوا القمح باش تموت هي من بعد، يولي بيولوجي 100%.
كلمة بيولوجية أنا مانيش قابلها في مخي. أنا يظهر لي كان نبدلوا نقولوا هذه مثلا توا كعبة ولد القمرة من ثانية مداوية بالاسم ده والكيمياء.
لا ما في حد.
أنا نقول هذا ولد القمرة كيميائي.
أيوه.
وهذه عوينة. مش لازم نقولوا عوينة بيولوجية، أبقى نضيف نعملوا له اسم نركبوه له، والمسخ نخلوه على أصله. هذيك طماطم، ما نجيش نقول طماطم بيولوجية، نقول طماطم كيميائيه. فهمتك، اللي مزروعه بالكوت حطوا لها في الدواء بالبومبا. هذيك نعطيها اسم زايد باش حتى الاولاد كي يطلع يقول هذيك الطماطم كيميائيه. تعمل مسؤوليتك، تعمل سلطه بالطماطم كيميائيه لو يطلع لك حب شباء، وهذيك خليها اسمها طماطم. فهمتني؟ علاش تزيدوا هذا رماني بيولوجي دخلتها بعضها.
لكن تشوف الزرع داخله مغشوشه يغزر الطماطم صفراء بكلها. شوف هكا فيروزات الطماطم الكل عند الناس الكل. موش ارهاب هذا.
هكا تزرع فيها؟
ها؟
هكا غرسها زرعها؟
لا انا كريت له الراجل المسكين كلا العصا. البطاطا كيف فيروزي جات هي كيف كي تقول له علاش وينهم مصالح وزاره الفلاحه الرقابه ويني؟ شكون؟ وزير الفلاحه مسؤول.
اول ما تشد وزير ساعه يجوك نكادروك، انت ما يخلوكش باش تخدم، يخلوكش تخدم. الحكم بصفه عامه ما يخليكش تخدم.
وزير الفلاحه ما يحكمش.
ما يحكمش، فما اطراف اخرى تحكم. مترف اخرى تحت. تو شفت وزير انت من الشمال الغربي، اعطيني وزير من الشمال الغربي، شكون اللي يعمل امبور اكسبور؟ شكون يعمل في المشاريع؟ شكون يعمل في الوعي؟ يسوى عليه يسوى، شكون يعمل في الوثله السياحه؟ وشكون يسوى عليه؟ من بورقيبه للزين كل شيء معناتها ماخذين ريليف. شكون مش عطوها رئيس دوله باش يشد من الشمال الغربي؟ الشمال الغربي دمار. احنا خماسه نخدموا عندهم، نخدموا خماسه عندهم. بالنسبه للمستثمرين يدي مليار عطيتها المستثمرين، يعطيه قرض ما يخدمش به فلاح، يمشي ياخذ به عقارات. ترى اللي يدخل يشد منصب راه يخمم كان في مصلحته هو، يخمم كان في مصلحته هو. هيبة الدولة يا رسول الله، راهي هيبة الدولة مشت في واد، راهي كلاها واد، راهو كلاها الواد، راهو كلاها الواد.
البراش قالت البل منين كانوا يرحلوا على البل. البل قالت حليلي من البر فيه النصارى، منين كانوا النصارى هنا. البل قالت حليلي من البر فيه النصارى، نطوي الوطاطي على طي عمري ما شاف الخسارة. البل حلفت بليمان يا وطن ماكش بلادي، نشرب على واد فزان ونسدر على الفرش غادي. البل حلفت بليمان ما توطوا لي الحوايا، ورموا على روس الاكتاب وخلوا مرير ثنايا. وانتي سيرين نصب لك باللوح، وانتي سيرين نصب لك باللوح، وانتي سيري والفجر بهر على العقاب شعيري نصب لك باللوح. وانتي سيري والفجر بهر على العقاب شعيري ننصب لك بلوح. يا شواشة ننصب لك بلوح، يا شواشة ننصب لك بلوح، يا شواشة ومولاك حارس ما نبعي جواشة ننصب لك بلوح.
انتم بتعاولوا عرفتوا
نعاول
للعام كامل؟
للعام كامل.
نعاولوا قصقصي ومحمصة.
قصقصي ومحمص لا نعاول.
والجيران كنا مسوين عندكم تتلم مع بعض؟
قلت تلم ساعة يذبح.
تذبحوا
علوش.
قولوا كيفاش اللي يجي للمحمص لازم يتخفى.
خديت العلا اخويا ما هو تدخل معاك والمرأة زغرت عليه. زغرت المرأة. زغرت عليك المرأة شنو عاد انت؟
ادفع.
يا تمشي تجيب قازوزة يا اخويا تدفع فلوس. هون توصي بس بتوصي بها هي تاي يوصوا بها واحد تخطى ما عنده حتى شيء، شد شاه اذبح.
اوكي ما يلزمنيش نتخطى كي نوصل هنا نزغرت الاول ولا شنو؟
لا هو وينه عاد بب
لازمني نعمل باش نسبق هي قبل ما نخليهاش تزغرت.
هو كنت
شنو لازم نعمل؟
انا عندك عاد الحاجه المفاجاه انت دي.
كي المراه تزغرت تعطيها.
يعطيك هي تزغرت وانا نعطيها، ما زغرتتش ولا ما تراه.
كسكسينا نحن تاع تستور ممتاز على الكسكاكس الاخرين الكل راح.
منين تعلمت حكايه العولة هذه؟
من أمك.
أمك علمتك؟
هي أمي.
من قبل ما هم العولة هذه يعملوا فيها من قبل؟
من جدود الأولى.
جدود الأولى؟
هي على الأم وعلى الجدة وعلى الخالة وعلى الناس الكل.
وشنو هي الفكرة علاش مش كل مرة تحب تعمل كوستشي تطلع عايز تكون تعمل كوستشي؟ شنو الفكرة في العولة؟
نحن ما نعملوهاش هذيك، كل مرة باش نقعدوا حاطين غرابل وقصعة ونحبوا نعملوا عولتنا في التركينة نخملوها من العام للعام.
ايش بك بدلت الغربال؟
وثم الأول وثم الثاني وثم الثالث والرابع على أربع.
شنو الفكرة علاش
ثم الخشين الأولاني الخشين وبعد نعمل بالمتوسط ومن بعد نعمل بالجويد خلاص. بعد نطلع بالطلاع هو الأخراني. الجيد بالكل نطلع بيه باش يطلع كسكسي. يطلع كسكسي جيد.
وهذاك نطيبيه هذا يطلع خشين برشا؟
هذا يجي خشين ما يجيش جويد.
هذاك يحضر تو
بعد نفوروه نفوروه بعد نسقطوه وننشروه بعد ما يتفور نحطوه في ملح ولا في شكاره نعدوا عليه بالغرباء نسقطوه بالغرباء بعد ننشروه شيء.
العلا هي معناها على خاطر قبل كان في الشتاء ساعات جمعة وجمعتين ما تطلعش يحتمل من الدار، تبدا ظلي معناها أمطار وسقع ويحتمل ثلج، فهمني؟ لكن العلا هذيك ساعات معناها ما تنجمش تخرج للسوق كما نقولوا كل شيء تلقاه، تلقى حاجات ما عادش تلقاها، فهمني؟ ولذا العلا هذيا الطماطم الشيحة والفلفل معناها يتعاون بالصيف والفواحات معناها تنجم إذا كان شهر ما تخرجش من دارك تنجم تطيب من دارك كل شيء. الطماطم
فكرة اقتصادية ولا حاجة؟
لا اقتصادية وزاد ربما ما تلقاش في وقت القرة ولا ما تلقاش، تعودت الناس معناها، فهمني؟ معناها في الصيف تعاونوا وتعمل العلا نتاعها حتى من اللحم يعملوه قديم.
ربي وانيش الحلا يا وسلم لي علينا يا زرق الوشمة تمشت ودانا يا ربي الخجلة وهيك السحاب داك من ظهره وجابت العيال يا حجة وجابت العيال يا حجة وقال له يا العين السوداء بربي وانا
كل شيء بسم الله. مزمز باهي
أنا حرير.
هاك العام انا صاحبنا جي واحد قاوري زاروا في دارو بطرون بتاعه. الاخر من عاداتنا وتقاليدنا الدار العربي، تدخل يا سيدي من الدار العربي تلقى المخزن، تلقى الجرار، تلقى القمح، تلقى الهري فيه في القمح، والماجل فيه المي، وتخلي يدور فيه في الدار الكل. من المي، من الماجل، من بير في الدار، والجرار تاع الزيت والقمح والفلفل الاحمر والفول والحمص، هذا كل نخزنوا فيه. وراه المونه الكل. رجع هاك القاوري لمرته في فرنسا، قالها فلان اللي يخدم معانا، قالوا لو كان يسكروا عليه بالبيطون ارميه من الباب وقيده ما يستحقهاش من الشارع. هذيك هي دار، احنا تو في تونس ومانا في دار احنا تو، اذا ما نعولوش على كل شيء نستحفظوا عليه، مش يجي نهار وقت يسكر البرد توح لك حاجه ما عندناش، هاك حاجه ما عندناش، هاك حاجه ما عندناش. وهذاك هو الاحتلال الصحيح. نرجع الموضوع نحن شنو هذا؟ هاي احتلال. كلمة كبيرة ياسر، وتحب اللي يفهمها. الانسان كيف يحتلك مش شرط يجي يبرك في الدار كما قبل يجي يقعد لك في الدار هني ومش ولي لاهي بيك ويمون فيك وكل شيء، لا تولى في داره وغادي. كان بياسات مش تاخذ بياسات كيف تاخذ كامل عنده هو غادي في تراكتورات وفي كل شيء، وكان نعمة زادة وكل شيء، مش تولي تشتري كان من عنده هو الزريعة، ما يعطيكش الزريعة تقعد ما عندك ما تزرع.
يا عمي سي حبيب يا سي ايمن، راهو خذوها قاعده مسؤول على كلامي، وهذا كلامي انا مسؤول عليه وانا قلته، تكلم بيه على لساني. راهي الفلاحه الغرب تحب تمسحها، الغرب تحب الفلاحه في تونس، مش مازال الفلاحه تحب تكملها باش تجي تستعمر، باش يرجع الاستعمار لهنا. شوف تو انت نعطيك ثم هالزي برودوي اللي بعثونا فيه من برا قتلوا الارض.
علاش؟
من لي برودوي اللي يعطوا فيه يجيبوا فيه مغادي. من لي برودوي من
البرودوي يا اخي انت ما تستعملش البرودوي؟
اللي ما نستعملهاش. والله انا نستعمل كي ما نسوي شيء، خليها على ربي. نستعمل الغبار تاع الزواير هو.
العركه الجايه على الخبز. انا شخصيا انا ميكانسيان ما فهمتني، اما متاكد الحرب الجايه على الماكله. ما فماش حاجه اخرى. لا على خاطر البترول بيشوفه بطبيعته.
كل حاجه جايه.
الضوء ها فما الشمس، اعمل المرايه تلقى الضوء، اي والخبز منين؟ الى ما نشدوش فيها ذومه وفيها طرف التراب. تونس قدك صغيره بالنسبه للعالم، اما تجيب كل خير مسكينه. الا كان ما نتلهيوش به الشيء هذايا فهمتني ما عملنا شيء.
يقول لك الفلاحين الصغار هذوما عالة على المجتمع.
متفاهمين في هذا. مالا توا اللي مسؤولين هذوم الكبار ويعرفوا مثلا الدوله ويعرفوا كذا ويحبوا هكا الفلاح الصغير، قال لك عالة على المجتمع. نحب نعرف مش يحطوه باش يعيش. الفلاح الكبار علاش تعطيهم الدوله؟ خاطر عندهم الفلوس، عندهم المال، عنده باش ينجم يكري ويخدم، يجيب تراكتور، يشري تراكتور، يشري ماكينه. هي الحال على ما يعيش يعجنيش هاك شويه الجامع نزل هذاك باش نوكل فيهم ولاد. هذه تو نعيش تحت القش في كوخ نتاع قش نعيش.
ثم شكون يقول لك خلينا نخدموا في الصناعه وفي السياحه وكذا وسايب علينا السياحه.
هاي برا جيبها تو السياحه. عاد انت كي حكيت لي على السياحه برا جيب السياحه. هاي كي ضربت فهمتني الضربات هذوما وصارت هكا وارد في تونس، وين التوريست اللي جاي؟ البوتله هون يسكر.
ضربات شنو فهمني مانيش فاهم.
ضربات شنو؟ الارهاب اللي دخل في تونس هذايا. ما عرفتاش انت شنو؟ من تاكل انت؟ مش من جرة الفلاح تاكل. ايه لا وغيري الفلاح الكل توكل فيك يا نعم. انا نوكل فيك في القمح، الاخر يوكل فيك في الدجاج، الاخر يوكل فيك في السلق المعدنوس، الاخر يوكل فيك في البطاطا. ما انت من تاكل. تصب لك عليه بالمطر، تصب لك في الماكله. ما من الفلاحه، من الفلاحه فاش تعمل؟ تاكل وحدها. هي اولا انت تو تاكل من جرتين. ما انا كفلاح انت تاكل في جره فلاح. اللحم عندك على ليش مربيها انت كموظف؟ تسرح.
ما عندي شيء.
ما من تاكل اللحم من تاخذ فيه؟
عندي الحانوت.
الحانوت من ياخذ في اللحم؟ في العلوش.
عليها.
الزازار من ياخذ فيه اللحم؟
مانيش عارف.
استاد فيه من البحر بالصناره؟
لا مانيش عارف.
كيف ماكش عارف؟ ما تعرف شيء؟
الكسكسي نشري في الباكو بلاستيك، نحل الباكو بلاستيك ونطيب.
الكسكسي من جهه يعبوا فيه من الشط من الرمل، مش من جرة هناك كفلاح بدي نصور في القمح ولا واحد باش يجيك كسكسي. انت اقلش حاجه ربط المعدنوس بصل كل تاكل فيها من الفلاح. الموظف راك فهمتني من الله يمشي عليك الفلاح ما عادش يفلح تك على شيره تموت غادي.
فور اكزامبل انا خسرت انا تو سنين طرت لي من الزريعه مع الزرع، وهذاك جاب معنا الغلم مفد ما عادش معلف، وهذاك مثلا جاب المعيز من مدري منين باش يبيع هذا رجل اعمال يجيني ما يشريهش، برا هزك السوق تو تل الساعه هنا بلاش ما حد ياخذ حد. علاش؟ انا هزك السوق انا واحد من الناس كيما الغلم هذه كان صالحه هذه كان شوف من صالحه. لو كان جات دوله معناها كدوله اساسيه معناها مركز دوله راهو جا معناها بيطري وجا مهندس تاع فلاحه وطلوا يلقاو الساعه هكاك يعملوا حل. نرفز الظروف تاع الدوله هذه، الدوله المسؤولين تاع الدوله مش عاطين عنايه للفلاح الصغار.
بالنسبه للناس اللي يقولوا اللي معناها لي بيزون الفلاحه الصغار ما همش لازمين، هذوما لازم عندهم اتفاقيات مع شركات كبار نتاع مواد كيميائيه ونتاع اسمده، خاطر هذا ما يلقاش معاه الخبز. عنده بهيم ولا حصان ولا عنده يوصلوا يخدم معناها بالميثود قديمه. هي الميثود قديمه ما اثبت تويكا اللي وقت اللي هما يخدموا بالميثود القديمه مع الناس سلا عزايز في تونس. من اللي دخلوا الملتي ناسيونال ولاو يزرعوا في 200 هكتار المارك القمح هذايا، هاني الوليدات مرضى الناس الكل معناها انواع واشكال ولا عندنا المرض.
ما نحبش شكون يحكم فيش باش ناكل نهار اخر. ربما مش باش يخلط لي الدور لا انا باش يخلط الاجيال اللي بعدها. ما نحبش ولدي ولا ولد ولدي ولا الاجيال اللي بعدها يحكموا فيهم نهار اخر بلاد اخرى غربيه ولا غير، يحكموا فيهم شنو مشاكل شنو صحني. ما يحكموش فيه شنو باش يزرع وشنو باش يعطي الدواء وشنو باش يسقي ولا ما يسقيش. لازم الفلاح الصنف اللي يحب يزرع ويزرع لأنه ممارسه مش لأنه فرضوه عليه من برا. كيف بالنسبة للمستهلك يحط صحن يعرف شنو فيه ومنين جاه وقيمته باهية ولا مش باهية وهو يختار شي يحب ياكل، مش خاطر المسكين ما لقاش شنو مش ياكل يلزمو يجيب من البر. هذا هو مفهوم السيادة الغذائية.
انت تتكلم كاكسبير ولا تتكلم شايف بعينك تجربه؟
لا ما نتكلمش كاكسبير لانه هذا كل ما قريناهوش، وحتى كي قريناه في كتاب وكراس. ما كنتش نعرف ان القمح هذا القديم كان شنو يعطي مقارنه بالاصناف المحسنه. ما كنتش نعرف اللي الكسكسي نتاع الاصناف المحليه ابن والذ وانفع من الاصناف المحسنه. هذا كل ما كنتش نعرف.
يا اخي راهو الكسكروت باش يجيبوه من ايطاليا، راهو يلزمك تعلم. تو تشوف 10 سنين اخرين الكسكروت يجيبوه من ايطاليا. باش يعمل كسكروت لازم يجيب الفارينه من ايطاليا والسميد يجيبوه من ايطاليا. مش معناها باش يجيب الكسكروت كله من ايطاليا، لا يلزم يتعدى على ايطاليا باش يجيب الخبز باش يعمل كسكروت. على خاطر ما عادش تحب تخدم الناس الفلاحه. وينهم المستثمرين؟ سوني با فري، يزرعوا في الخوخ ويزرعوا في اللانزاس ويزرعوا في الواحد. ما همش يزرعوا القمح، ما يزرعوش القمح. يزرع الخوخ ويسقوا للسعوديه.
I am. We'll switch on very soon to the next. Hello, everyone. There's. I'm sorry. Couscous Seeds of Dignity was a film by Habib Ayeb that you just saw. I just wanted to share with you that the film stays with us for 2 more days. It's going to be screened at the Jameel Art Center in Gallery 9 today and tomorrow. And coming up next, after a very short break, is a conversation with Danny Burrows, Munem Wasif, and Devlin Kuyek. Thank you.
talk, which is entitled Stop, being told to stop. Okay, take two. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us for this talk, which is entitled Corporate Capture of Access to Seeds, Farmers' Resistance and Seed Sovereignty. It is an honor to introduce today's speakers. I am going to briefly read their bios, if you will forgive me. And we have with us Devlin Kuyek and Munem Wasif. Devlin is a researcher at GRAIN, an international not-for-profit organisation that supports small farmers and social movements in their struggles for community-controlled and biodiversity-based food systems. Devlin joined GRAIN in 2003 after working with NGOs and peasant organisations in Malaysia and the Philippines. His research focuses on monitoring and analysing global agribusiness, including land grabs. Devlin's based in Montreal, Canada. So thank you, Devlin, for joining us early this morning. And then I'd love to introduce to Munem Wasif. Munem's photography and film investigate complex social and political issues with a humanistic language by getting close to the people physically and psychologically, dealing with multiple questions and contradictions. Expressionistic in style and long-term in format, Wasif often experiments beyond the tradition and tests the possibilities of fiction by borrowing a familiar documentary language. His work, Seeds Shall Set Us Free Too, which juxtaposes his cyanotypes of rice grains and plants with archival documents and photographs from one of Bangladesh's largest community grain banks, is currently on show at Hey Jameel as part of Staple What Is On Your Plate. Devlin, I am going to hand over to you.
Thanks, Danny. Well, it's so nice to be with you all, although I can't see you, and it's being mediated through this online platform. I hope you all had a chance to watch that beautiful film by Habib Ayeb. I got to see it earlier this week, and you know, it's so rare to see work that centers the voices of small food producers. So thank you to him and also to Munem, whose work does the same. Small food producers have been so erased and pushed to the margins, both socially and physically. They account for 90% of the world's farms, but they occupy only about a quarter of global farmland, and that their hold over land is always shrinking and being contested and being dispossessed from them. And yet, with that sort of small fraction of lands that they've been able to maintain, they are able to produce food to nourish about 3/4 of the world's population. And they've done so using their own seeds, what we call farmer seeds. Some of those varieties were discussed in the film. But there are literally millions of these farmer seed varieties, hundreds of different crops that have been, that are the result of generations and generations of collective effort on the part of small farmers, working through sharing and careful selection to develop this tremendous diversity. And all of these farmer seed systems work with two very fantastic characteristics of plants. One is the way they reproduce, reproduction. So you can, with just a few handfuls of seeds, sow a field and get this abundant bounty of food from which you can save another few handfuls of seeds and get another abundant bounty of food the next season. And the other characteristic is diversity. So within that field that you've sown, the plants have subtle variations, and a farmer can work with those subtle variations to select the plants that have certain differences that they would like to maintain, and select the seeds from those plants to be able to then develop new varieties. And those varieties will be based on the cultural interests of the farmer. They might, for instance, want, as you saw in the film, certain varieties that resist droughts, or that can be grown on hillsides, or that have a different color, or different tastes, or different cooking qualities, or again, like was seen in the film, a longer straw that might be used for feeding animals or for building homes. So that seed diversity is really a reflection of the diversity of the local cultures, of the different landscapes, of the ecologies. So all the seeds are adapted. It's this sort of symbiotic relationship between what the plant allows for in its variation and what these farming communities select from it and create from it. And so that, those millions of different varieties that have been generated are really a reflection of a living, thriving, dynamic, diverse rural landscape, rural communities. And about 100 years ago, a little more than 100 years ago, a very different seed system began to emerge. So you had an evolving science of genetics, and these sort of expert scientist plant breeders began to take some of these farmer varieties to breed them in laboratory-like conditions in these artificially constructed experimental fields, where they would douse the fields with huge amounts of chemical fertilizers developed through the wartime technologies, and try to select a few varieties of, or breed a few varieties that could have maximum yields. Usually it was only a focus on a few crops, mainly rice and wheat and maize and some others. And from that, they would create these very standard uniform varieties, suited to, not to the local cultures and local food needs, but to international trade and to the emerging industrial food sector, and to the policy ambitions of governments at the time to provide a cheap source of food for growing urban worker populations. And those varieties were then pushed out far and wide through what's known as the Green Revolution and the Green Revolution program. So governments and even the active involvement of the CIA pushing these seeds out in large parts of Africa, Asia, Latin America, and displacing the local varieties. And those varieties, because they were uniform, because they were not adapted to local conditions, required that the farm sort of adapt to the seed. And that created then the necessity or the opportunity for certain companies to sell pesticides, and those seeds became dependent, or those plants became dependent on the use of chemical pesticides in order to protect them from diseases and pests. So you get then these farms that now have to purchase these inputs of chemical fertilizers, chemical pesticides, and then it creates this whole cycle of debt and dependency. And also, it lays the basis for the emergence of some very powerful agrochemical corporations, who you would probably know now as Monsanto, who's become Bayer, or BASF, or Dow, DuPont, Syngenta, which is now ChemChina. Anyways, these companies begin to emerge in that period in the 60s and 70s and take a transnational character. Diversity is wiped out, but it was more difficult to wipe out that sort of reproductive character of seeds. And farmers continued to save seeds, and that prevents, in a way, that sort of inbuilt capacity of seeds to reproduce and multiply and be shared prevents their complete commodification. So that's why you don't see at that time a rise of transnational seed companies. But the pesticide companies, as you get the emergence of biotechnology and genetic engineering, they see in those technologies the capacity to more deeply marry seeds with the sale of their chemical products, to in fact create plant varieties that depend on the use of their chemical products in order to grow and perform. And so they start buying up some of the small seed companies that exist. They invest heavily in research and development, and they take measures to try to commodify the seeds through more, I would say, more legal route. So you get also, beginning in that period, into the 80s and into the 90s, this push to establish globally systems of monopoly rights, whether patents or intellectual property rights. In this case, we talk about plant breeders' rights, which are essentially a patent, different regulations, in order to create this regulatory framework or legal framework that essentially criminalizes these old practices of seed saving and seed sharing, and creates a huge impediment to the continuation of the farmer seed systems. So you get then a shift, and I wouldn't say it's a complete shift, because obviously there are farmer seed systems still thriving in many places, and in certain areas, like in Africa, they still constitute about 80% of the seeds that are used. But this, in many parts of the world, corporations have really taken over seed systems. So there are 4 agrochemical companies that now control about 60% of the global commercial seed market. And so the seeds now are a reflection of their agendas. Under farmer seed systems, it's a reflection of this diverse, decentralized, how would I say, a kaleidoscope of cultures. Here you have one sort of dominant corporate culture that is shaping the types of seeds, and then through that, the type of agriculture that's practiced. That has spawned a serious pushback and resistance, a growing sense of the dangers of this corporate capture of seed systems, a reawakening to the importance and the necessity of farmer seed systems, matched with, I think, a realization that our global industrial food system is at the heart of so many of the planetary crises we face, whether it's species extinction, climate change, hunger, inequality, I mean, you name it, so many health issues that are really related to the dominance of the industrial food system. And so those peasants, those small producers who have been pushed to the margins, but who have so fiercely resisted, who have maintained their seeds, who have struggled to maintain their access to land and water and forests. These people are now at the center of all of these struggles that we face. Their role is absolutely key, as are their seeds, but without them, there are no seeds. So I really appreciate work and artists who are engaging with these issues, such as Munem, such as Danny, such as Habib, because I think it really helps to highlight the ways in which these things have not been lost, the necessity for the current moment, and the importance of understanding that to how we get to change and social transformation now. So I don't want to talk much further right now. We'll see if anything more for the question and answer, but maybe I'll turn it over to Danny or to Munem. Thank you.
Yes. Should I start? Cool. Hello, everyone. It's lovely to be here. It's a strange kind of time where we're trying to connect from different part of the world, but we are also disconnected to a larger part of the world, I feel sometimes. Thanks for everyone joining us here today. Thanks to Rahul, Danny, Jameel Art Center for the wonderful show. Sadly, I didn't manage to go there physically because of various complicated visa issues, but I will just give a quick overview of my engagement with this particular project. Can I share my screen? Sorry, just a minute. Can you see the screen? Yes. So I will quickly show you 2 slides just to give you overview of the work, how it is installed at Sahar Jameel. Yes, then I will talk a little bit about how I started this work. So it's around 2000. I think I was going to visit a Mandi indigenous festival in Madhupur, a small village like 3 hours from Dhaka. And on the way to Madhupur, we took a break. One of my friends who knew Farad Mazar quite well and Noah Krishi, he said, we should stop there, have a look and have lunch. And I didn't understood what this lunch will mean for me in long time, because I didn't have much idea about Noy Krishi, which means in English, new agricultural movement, and a place where different kind of farmers keep their seed as a seed repository. And at that point, I actually knew a little bit about Farad Mazar and Farida Akhtar, who founded Noy Krishi around 1988. Farad is a writer, poet, philosopher, and activist, and Farida is known for her feminist work and, of course, their work around agriculture. And just to give you context, Noy Krishi started with a goal to resist economic and technological processes that is turning the earth into barren fields and the industrial deserts, Noy Krishi Andolon, which currently includes more than 1 lakh, around 100,000 farming families all over the country. But what really struck me when I went there to see this different variety of seeds, and you know, growing up in a Bangladesh, which is mostly a country where we produce a huge number of rice and we eat rice every day, I actually didn't know that this amount of rice really exists in Bangladesh. I only know 2-3 kind of rice that I buy from superstore. And I start to ask myself that how this whole food chain works. But before going there, you know, I will just quickly tell you that how I got interested in this whole issue of land ecology and farmers. In 2011, I published this book called Saltwater Tears from France, which is about how the southern part of Bangladesh got really affected by salinity, the level of salinity in the water. And it happened because due to excessive amount of commercial sheep farming, which started in 1980s, and it expanded in a strange scale because we were earning foreign currency, foreign money through exporting shrimp. And these all started in the agricultural land. And to give you a context, the southern part of Bangladesh is very close to Sundarban, which is the largest mangrove forest, and also closest to Bay of Bengal, so that the sea was very close. So what happened slowly as the industry expanded, in 20-30 years, the salinity level reached everywhere, even underneath the land. And now when you go to that part of the country, you will see water everywhere, but you will not find a drop of water to drink. So every day the women have to walk 3-4 hours to just get a pitch of water. So you can imagine how this commercial shrimp farm has completely ruptured the ecology of that land, even to a level of drinking water. And because there is no drinking water, that means you can produce certain amount of crops. There is no grass, which means there is no cows. There is no cows, which means there is no milk. So it's like a ripple effect of different things. And I will not go too much into detail because it's a different project, but I will just talk about this farmer whose name is Hiro Munda. And he was a farmer for, I don't know, a few generations. And he only knew farming. And all the other land around his agricultural land became shrimp farm. And slowly, slowly, he realized that he can produce the crops that he used to produce in a certain way because of their salinity everywhere. And the whole industry is so huge that at one point you have to sell your land to these big industries, because if you have this saline water and shrimp farm all around you, you can't really produce rice in the middle. But what happened to him, he started taking loans because he needed to produce crops. And because of salinity, he couldn't manage to produce good crops. So he was in debt. And at one point, he lended so much money that he had to flee his home and look for a job in the cities. And his wife and his little kid was in home alone. So it completely changed also the lifestyle of very simple human beings. And from then on, this was 2011, I really started thinking about, because Bangladesh is a very developing country, you know, this concept of development is so key in our part of the world. And we get a lot of funds from USA to World Bank, and our governments are aligned with all these global programs. That what's actually happening to people and the ecology. And at one point, I started visiting this research center in Tangail again, and I started thinking about how can I do interesting work. Also, I was extremely fascinated by the materiality of the seeds and the kind of impact it has on our culture historically and also in the contemporary time. And I saw this little frame in the research center where in the top you can see it's written actually in Bengali, Noya Krishi Andolon, which means new agricultural movement. But what you see below is these different drawings. For me, these are drawings with rice seed done by farmers, and they have created these different shapes. And each of these seeds comes from different parts of the country. So I was fascinated by this aesthetics because it also connects to this tradition of alpona we have in our villages, where the farmers draws with white rice paste in the mud in the time of festival. And I was really keen on drawing with light. So I slowly started producing this series of cyanotypes, where you see different kind of lines, different kind of shapes, different kind of forms. And the first part of work ended up as a set of grid of different drawings with different variety of seeds. But while I was doing there, I was also researching and reading a lot of historical materials. And I stumbled upon this famous and very important part of the history in Bengal, where the farmers protested against the British Empire because they were forced to produce indigo in the farming land. And the more they were producing indigo in the farming land, there was certain kind of effect in the fertility. And at that period, indigo was high in demand in Europe. And the British Empire, through the feudal lord, used to give loan to the farmers. And once you have taken loan, actually you will be never able to pay back the loan. So you will be forever in debt to the lords and the people, and you are forced to produce indigo. And for me, that color indigo also refers to somehow to cyan. And for me, it was also a very symbolic moment for now in the contemporary time in Bangladesh, how a certain group of farmers actually trying to preserve the different kind of seeds that they think they're important in their life. But what also fascinates me is the different variety of seeds and their name. And each of these seeds has unique names like Tulshimala, Tuli Digha, Shimuli, Locha, Ponkoraj, Dulailai, Hoshumkiri, Shaheb Kiza, Shonaka, Bata, Kamnishali, Bhojun, Chonmoti. And when I was taking notes and writing these names, I found it fascinating. Like, you know, it's almost like a living life. Like, why you are giving such a beautiful and poetic name to the seeds, where the Rice Research Institute, where the researcher works with a lot of knowledge and modern technology, are giving numbers to the seeds. So I find the whole analogy between how the farmers looking at rice seeds as almost like life, a form of life, and the researcher from the Rice Institute looking at these seeds as a mode of production, you know, as numbers, as if there is just to make profit. And slowly I also understood, I asked farmers, like, why you need this different variety of seed? And then they were starting asking me different kind of questions, like, what do you eat in your celebration? You know, we eat a different kind of sweets. It's called payesh, which comes from a very particular kind of rice seeds. Or when we cook biryani, we use a particular kind of rice seeds. So different kind of rice seeds has different kind of application in our organic food culture, which has a different kind of meaning in farmers' life, but also in the greater cultural narrative. But what really also impressed me that, you know, when I went there with a set of questions. First, I asked Farad to tell me a little bit about Noa Krishi. And being him, he's very smart. He told me that I have nothing much to tell you. You should just go to the village and spend time there, look at the forest, talk with the farmers. You will realize what is it about. So I went there with a set of questions, and I asked the farmers different sort of questions that I was interested in, and they were just looking at me with a strange face and laughing. And they were asking me, why are you asking us such difficult questions? You know, you should just take your shoes off and come to the land and just plant with us for some time, and you will get to understand different kind of things. And that really created a very interesting impact on me, because I understood that there's a paradigm shift, that how I was trained to understand knowledge, or how I have trained myself to look at certain things. And for them, it was not only about producing crops, it's also about living a life. So when I found this photograph in the Noa Krishi archive, I saw it before, but it created a different meaning for me. As you see, there are different kind of vegetable plants growing in the top of the farmer's house. And I realized that the kind of division we have in our head between our work, our life, our research, our knowledge, our art is actually don't exist there. It's all intertwined, you know, it coexists. And what was also interesting for me, which Devlin a little bit talked about, and also you can see in the film, that the farmers believes in actually supporting different forms of life. That's something we see through our eye and something we also don't see through our eye. Different kind of being and non-beings, you know, it can start from plants, soil, bird, earthworms, cow dungs, flies, flowers, energies, different kind of existence. And it's all important to the greater ecology. And when you look at this photograph, look on the left side how this little boy is holding this baby cow. You know, there is so much affection, and is very different from industrial kind of production. And so I also started this was my small table of studio, where when I was working in Noa Krishi, I was going out every day and collecting different form of materials and making cyanotypes of them. So I was also looking at different kind of coexistence, which also helped me to find a form for my work. The reason I showed my work in these 3 shelves, 2 different kind of paper, materiality, different kind of images, because I was also interested to somehow reflect this whole idea of coexistence in my work. So I started collecting a lot of archival documents, a lot of financial documents, a lot of poetry, a lot of images taken by me, some taken by the farmers, some taken by researchers, and present it as almost like a repository of different sorts of knowledges. Yeah, and here are some of the images from the work. But in generally, I was also interested to look at a lot of different kind of historical connections with the seed and our relationship with the empire. This is one of the famous drawing by one of the famous artists in Bangladesh called Zainul Abidin, who have done this very interesting set of sketches at Bengal famine in 1940s. But what was really interesting, I was reading this text by this economist called Amartya Sen, who has done quite a bit of research on Bengal famine and poverty. And he presents data that there was an adequate food supply in Bengal at the time, but the particular groups of people, including rural landless laborers and urban service providers, did not have the means to buy food, as its price rose rapidly due to factors that includes British military acquisition, panic buying, hoarding, and different reasons. And while reading all these materials, it was very evident, that how important was this rice, these seeds to this whole region, and how it was manipulated in different time by different groups, and what sort of effects it had on people's life. Like right now in Bangladesh, the Rice Research Institute is trying to introduce something called quote-unquote golden rice, which is promoted by the multinational companies Syngenta or various other companies. Yeah, so it's an ongoing work. I'm still working with the institution and trying to now do a show for the farmers in the village, which will happen maybe next year or this year sometime. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Munem. I mean, I think we're going to start. We'd love to invite some of you to join in this conversation, but I think we're just going to start with a few questions between Devlin, Munem, and myself. And if you'll allow me to kick off, gentlemen, I'm just really curious, Munem, to hear from you, just as you were concluding there, about how you're thinking about this exhibition that you're going to do for the farmers, and how that might differ from, say, the material presentations that you've kind of created previously at the Pompidou and currently at Hay. Jameel.
Yes, I think it's a very difficult sort of challenge. It's completely shift the way you look at the work. And I'm trying to also understand the kind of organic architecture you see around those places where you see very few concrete walls, and how do you really present your work in that sort of situation. So I'm right now trying to work with the architect who have researched quite a bit about the rural architecture in Bangladesh, and I am making certain visits with the farmers and trying to understand that how they look at farming. So I'm recording some kind of poetry they have written, some kind of music they have created, but just in a very casual form, and how it affected their idea about agriculture. So to be honest, I actually don't have much idea, and I have to actually start thinking from the zero that how I really should present this work to the farmers. So we're still in the research process.
Right, thank you. Because I suppose what I'm curious about, because obviously, from my experience of working with food in this way, and a number of practitioners whose work kind of considers this kind of raising some of the contradictions inherent within our food system is very often actually they're not presenting work to the people who are actually the main kind of at the heart of this issue. And therefore, when we're representing it to a sort of generally more urban audience who perhaps don't understand, or who haven't had to take their shoes off as you did and walk into the land and kind of experience these processes of kind of care and culture, and are actually now having this culture kind of, the urban audience are having this culture sort of represented back at them in a sort of more within a kind of gallery context. Yeah, I'm curious about how that has to then, you sort of have to deconstruct the work again in order to be able to represent it to the audience that it represents. So yeah, thank you for sharing that. And Devlin, I don't know if you heard any questions from Munem that kind of came up for you during his presentation.
Well, lots of reflections. I mean, there's so much of what Munem was saying that overlaps with my experience in Bangladesh as well, when I had a chance to visit with Farhad and Farida and go to meet the farmers of the Naya Krishi Andalan movement, and other experiences that I've been lucky enough to have with peasant communities. And that richness of knowledge and experience in life that is just doesn't really exist elsewhere. And it allows for, I think, a expression, and I'm sure that's where the challenge comes as an artist. How do you relate to that richness that you experience, in those moments? And even for activists too, to think, how do you engage with that in terms of political struggle? But it's also about, I think, honoring and amplifying what peasants themselves are doing, and their own struggles. So and maybe there's maybe it helps to look at that as far as the art goes, but for the work that I do and I engage with, so much of it is about, say, for instance, in struggles of land, is to try to think about ways that how can somebody from outside of those communities contribute to those struggles that those communities are leading themselves for their lands and territories. What is it that we can, bring into that can help them to succeed, and not only for their own struggles, but because we recognize that those struggles are part of a larger social transformation that we're engaged with. So I think if you perhaps as an artist, if you can engage with it that way, and maybe the question is to Munem is, do you as an artist also see yourself in a political struggle? Because they are, even if it's not stated that way, it is very political. It is a challenge to the current system right now. So how in your artwork do you engage? And Danny, the question is also for you too, I know, because that's part of the work you're doing. But how do you then see yourself in those struggles that these communities are actively involved with on a daily basis?
Yes. So to be very honest, I think what Naya Krishi was doing, they were doing for quite some time, and they were active politically, ecologically, in different ways. And as you know a little bit about Farhad, he has such a vast idea about this whole system. He doesn't look at only form of science or agriculture. There are different modes of thinking that exist within the paradigm. I'm a very small, how should I say, very small part in this huge kind of program or movement they're doing. But what I was interested in this kind of how these different forms of engagement were so naturally placed within the ecosystem of the farmers, where they don't have to be always too loud on your face to say what they're doing. Sometimes it's not only about being in the middle of a city with a banner and protesting. It's also also it's about, slowly developing your own garden or develop a different sort of relationship with nature and understanding how you are active within this larger context. What I was interested in is to create a sense of a little bit of contradictory pseudo walk, where people will really not understand when they will look at this work, what is it about? A lot of people might think it's a certain kind of abstract drawing, a different kind of aesthetic practice. But slowly when you get into the work and you read a little bit of the story or you look at the context, a whole new world actually expands in front of you. And that's a kind of experience I had when I went there, that slowly a huge system of knowledge opened in front of my eyes. But what also happened that the more I went there, my idea was changing. It was always in a flux. I was in different seasons. When I went there, I have different set of experience, different farmers, different locations where I have traveled. I have gathered a very different kind of sensitivity. So there is always a chance of evolve. So it's not stagnant. And what I found also, what Farhad says is very crucial about seed, that a seed contains a huge amount of knowledge and life. It's a living being, and as you said, you throw it in a land and you can see something is growing. So there is an immense amount of possibility. So as an artist, I'm still trying to find different ways to talk about it. And usually, I work in long-term projects. So sometimes it can take 10 years, 12 years, 15 years. And maybe slowly the work will evolve. Yeah, I don't know.
I think that pace makes a lot of sense given the subject matter you're working with. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, there's also what I really like about how this transition you're making in the showing of the work is because it's a question that often comes up for me, like showing the work in the context of for the farmers, is actually how do we kind of articulate, we are taking in this work, taking kind of a political standpoint, but how are we articulating this position of solidarity with the farmers and perhaps reflecting back some of the reactions and some of the responses of solidarity that we're getting when we show this work in urban context perhaps to audiences that are not so familiar with peasant farmer struggles or not so familiar with the issues of seed sovereignty. And how is it, how are we kind of enabling them and nurturing them with a sense that there are people out there caring about what you're doing. You may never meet them and you may never know, but actually, the poetry that you're saying is that you're writing, or that the songs that you've traditionally sung, that maybe, because there is this process of kind of an erasure of value to kind of peasant kind of forms of culture, and that has happened kind of persistently since through urbanization, and how we can kind of, reignite a value as a kind of form of reflection. That value, I think, is quite important.
Yes.
That sort of makes sense.
And to answer to both of you, I think one of the main questions that I had when I was doing this work is the question of rhetoric, how you engage with the farmers, how you understand them, how you present certain things with them, because there is also a little bit of hierarchy in terms of knowledge, especially people who come from cities, who have this idea about modern agriculture and especially science, and how a lot of times you think that you know better. I'm not talking about myself, but in generally this context. So I think it also needs a little bit time to unlearn, and learn different way of engaging with people who are not necessarily equipped with certain kind of vocabulary that we are used to, or some kind of text. That's how the world works. Either you speak or you write. But is there a different kind of engagement? Can we smell certain kind of things? Can we feel? Can we grow? Can we understand different kind of organism? And that, I think, it took me quite a bit of time to understand. And I think that answer by Farad and by that farmer not to give me answer what Noa Krishi is about was a crucial departure point, that not everything will be available to you the way you want in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. That's the time phrase people have to understand anything. Give me an intro, give me a quick understanding of what is it about. But also what I found is crucial to also look at certain kind of practices and resistance historically, in the region, and to connect certain things from different vantage point, because now slowly in different places, there is also quite a bit of hype about organic food. And it starts there, but it also ends there. It never goes beyond, I don't know, how should I say, buying a green vegetable without, which was not, there was no pesticide or anything. But it's not only about that, it's about a larger ecosystem. Yeah.
They're all great points. When you talk about the hierarchy of knowledge, I'm reminded of a time a colleague from the Philippines and we went to Yunnan in China to just learn more about try to unpack the propaganda around hybrid rice. There's this variety of rice that was developed by the Chinese government that is hybrid in the sense that you cannot save it from year to year. So the main crop that has been hybridized is maize. So much of the corn or maize that's grown in the world, farmers cannot save it from year to year. So they've used biological means in a way to commodify the crop. And in China, they've done this with rice, but it's not the case in many other countries. So we wanted to understand this, and we were joined by a Chinese scientist who's working with an NGO there, and we were traveling, and our research method was really just stop on the side of the road when you see peasants and talk with them and find out about their experiences. And I smoked an awful lot of cigarettes, I think, over that time doing that, but the conversations were wonderful, and you learned so much about what the actual experience was with the real push of these varieties and the displacement of the local varieties, and what have been the negative sides, some positive aspects, but overall, what the real story is. And this the scientist who was with us was just completely blown away, because he had never had those kind of conversations. He had never actually approached a small farmer as if they had something to teach him, And through that, it was about, I think, 1 or 2, maybe it was a week, 9 days that we spent on the road talking with farmers. It completely transformed his view of the world. I hope it's lasted.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and I think there's often a kind of, for me, there's a sort of conflict about how we can sort of, in a way of integrity, represent these voices within the art world that don't just then become sort of, yeah, like when we represent through the work, it's one thing, but often when we bring in a kind of talks program or series, the voices of the people who are speaking, the voices of the people that we are representing in the work are absent. And it's actually like I've done it several times, and I'm still yet to find the right formula of kind of bringing artists into conversation with farmers, with small farmers in events, because the lack of translation between the two kind of modalities of knowledge is just almost kind of it's sort of you can't bridge the divide. So I'm really curious, Munem, if you've ever had any success sort of speaking kind of publicly with people within the context of the art world that are kind of that you're working with in the work, or that's not really come up?
No, you know, I very few times I actually talked about this work. So this is the first time I'm talking about this online, which is also a very special place. No, but I don't think I was ever really interested representing per se their struggle, because I think I can't really represent them. I don't think I have enough knowledge also to represent them. But what I was interested is to unpack certain kind of modalities that I have experienced working there, and I think we need to develop different sort of strategies for different places. You know, when you are showing this work in museum, it's a very different context than when I'm showing this work in Bangladesh, where people have a little bit of more context, but not everything. And then when I'm showing it to certain villages where they're actively engaged with agricultural production. So I don't think there is an ideal format how to engage, and I think we need different sort of strategies in engaging different places. Like I think what the kind of introduction Devlin gave before the talk, I think it made so much sense. And also the film, you know, when I saw the film, I was surprised that there's so many things were echoing in different places that I have no idea about that region, but actually in a lot of places you have similar kind of struggle. So I think as an artist, as a curator, sometimes it's about developing context and building these connections and creating certain form of bridges. Sometimes I also think we have to leave certain spaces for audience to do their own work and not to disclose everything, maybe, but that's maybe an artist prejudice. I don't know.
And Devlin, in your work, I mean, how are you often kind of representing is the wrong word. How are you kind of articulating your research back to some of the farmers who kind of supported the process? Is there a dialogue that goes that way as well for you? Or?
Yes, absolutely. So all of the work that we do in our research and information work, it has two main objectives. One is to inform a lot of these social movements, which are led by and composed of rural communities, and also to, you know, transmit some of that those struggles and amplify those struggles, and in a way sort of be part of those struggles through the information that we're providing. So it's like a counter narrative to the dominant ones, and you know, in working closely and working with you come to recognize when I think when the information and the voice that you're speaking with is a good reflection, solid reflection of those spaces or not. But it becomes more challenging when you're always on Zoom, that's for sure. But we have been part of processes where, for instance, there's an alliance of communities in West and Central Africa who are engaged in sort of frontline struggles against the expansion of oil palm plantations. And they've been able to meet over, in online platforms and share experiences. Certainly not the kind of, coordinated tight agendas that you might, some more urban organizations might coordinate, but it can be somewhat impactful, So there are opportunities for that, but yeah, just to say that that is always front and center in the thinking around the work we're doing, is to, where's the information coming from? Who is it important to? How can it play a role in these really crucial, critical struggles, life and death struggles that are happening on these sort of front lines of territories that are being land grabbed, or as Munem was talking about, the village that is facing the expansion of shrimp farming. I mean, there's so many ways in which their industrial food system is destroying rural communities. So, that is the core of what we try to do, is to be part of those processes, part of the process of resistance.
Brilliant. I've seen there's a couple of questions online that have come in the chat that are there. I'm not sure, we've got 5 minutes left, so I don't know if we're going to get to cover all of them. I don't know if you guys want to choose if there's one you kind of like the look of best. But there's one for both of you, which maybe is about, you spoke about learning, unlearning, and shifting perceptions, and how what we feel is knowledge. How can we shift perceptions towards thinking of farmers as intelligentsia and thinking of generational wisdom? Not a small question. 5 minutes.
That's like a massive.
We got to take another hour.
I don't know. Devlin, do you want to answer this?
Well, if you watch Habib's film, I think that's, it's quite clear. When peasants get to speak for themselves, and when you hear their voice, or when, work sort of transmits a sense of the incredible richness that they are constantly providing and engaging with, I think it becomes quite clear how knowledgeable they are, how stupid we are. It's really, that's the shocking revelation that comes when you spend time with peasant communities, is how how incapable in many ways you are, and then how useless the knowledge that you've acquired is.
Yes, I think anybody who has a little bit of idea of gardening, or I don't know, any kind of who have engaged with any sort of living organism, with plants, seeds, you understand it very quickly that that you don't know actually much about this world and how it functions, and there are people who understand it by heart, by bits, by their blood, by their spirits, by their culture. And slowly the way we are designing our world, we are going far, the distance is getting higher and higher. I think it's quite obvious. It doesn't take
There's a definite process of humility that I experienced the first time, doing all this reading and researching and working in food and politics, and then actually getting an allotment and trying to grow some food, and I was just devastated at how terrible I was at it, and like how difficult it was. And it's like, wow, this is a whole, it really sort of like blew open for me. It's like, yep, okay, this is an entirely different skill set that is required, and an entirely different concept of time that is
yes. Also, I don't see actually any questions. I don't know where the questions are coming from. Maybe you can send the questions to us later, so we can also go through them. Sorry.
Sure. They're in the chat. They're in our chat. If you've got that open, or maybe you don't. But I will find. We've got 3 minutes left, so don't worry. I'm going to pick out one more. And forgive me, I'm just going to have to quickly read through them. Oh, sorry. Then the chat moves. Beauties of working on Zoom. So Devlin, there's a question for you. Grain recently came out with an article on how small parcel farmers are the solution to food security. This is another great and giant question. Could you elaborate further on this?
Well, basically, if you look just at the data, small farms are much more effective at producing food for people. The large industrial farms are very good at producing commodities that go to feed corporations like Nestle, who produce, about 2/3 of their products aren't even nutritious. So, there's what the et cetera group is called, the peasant food web is really what feeds the world. And it makes sense for all kinds of reasons to not only to fight so that these communities retain their lands, but also to, increase the land holdings that small farmers have, to protect their access to forests and water and resources and lands and seeds, and to expand it, through mass programs of agrarian reform that have been, long called for and promised and have never happened. So I think we're in a period where to resolve all kinds of crises that we have, that is the foundation from which we will build. That's where the answers are going to come from. That's where the movements are going to come from. So they already feed most of the world. They should feed even more of the world, and they should be also not having to struggle to do so.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. That takes this gentleman to time. If there's any last comments you want to give for our audiences today, you're very welcome to do so.
Just to thank Art Jameel and Rahul and Annie and everyone who contributed to this. It's been lovely to be a part of the conversation.
Yes, same here.
Thank you both so much for your time today. Really very much appreciated. Okay, so I'll just wrap up by letting everyone out there who's watching this know we're going to take a 15-minute break now, and then we'll be back for our next conversation. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us. I'm Noura Razian. I'm head of exhibitions at Art Jameel, joining from Dubai. And I'm welcoming you to the second and final panel of Edible Responses, instituting at the intersection of agrarian and pedagogical practices. So we have an hour today for our conversation, which will look at radical ways of instituting practices of care and repair from Palestine to Scotland. We're joined today by Sahar Qawasmi, who's calling in from Ramallah, Nida Sinokrot, who's calling in from Boston, I think, Alon, Schwabe, and Daniel Fernández Pascual, who are with us here in Dubai. I'm just going to intro everybody really quickly, and then each of the speakers will have 10 minutes to tell you about their work. After that, we'll have a conversation and we'll open up for questions. So please do drop any questions to me in the chat box or to the group as a whole so we can see the questions. So I'll start with Safiya. So Safiya was co-founded in 2016 by Nida and Sahar. It's an art, science, and agricultural platform situated in a rewilded hillside in the village of Ain, Kenya, northwest of Ramallah, involving farmers, crafts, and small industry initiatives, artists, and scholars. Safiya is a progressive academy for experimental knowledge production and sharing, crafting local agrarian traditions of self-sufficiency with contemporary arts and ecological practices. Sahar worked as an architect, restorer, and planner and cultural heritage expert with the UAC, Center for Engineering and Planning, and other local and private institutions. In 2012, she coordinated the first edition of Farandila International and co-wrote the first of REWALK's REWALK Heritage Guidebook series. Nida is an artist and educator currently teaching with the Art, Culture, and Technology program at MIT. His work aims to subvert various technologies of control that give rise to shifting social, political, and geographic instabilities. We have also with us today Alon and Daniel, who set up the CLIMAVORE Station, an organization based on the Isle of Skye, Scotland, that works in collaboration with local communities, running 3 strands of activities, including learning, building, and growing that refocus on regenerative aquacultures. This is part of their larger practice as cooking sections, which they established in London in 2013 to look at food as a lens and a tool to observe landscapes in transformation. They worked on multiple iterations of the long-term site-responsive CLIMAVORE project since 2015, which explores how to eat as humans change climates. In 2016, they opened the Empire Remains Shop, a platform to critically speculate on implications of selling the remains of empire today. And they've shown their work widely, across the world. Most recently at Tate Britain as part of Art Now, but also they were nominated for the Turner Prize in 2021. They've shown at the 12th Taipei Biennial, the 58th Venice Biennial, and closer to home here at the first Sharjah Architecture Triennial in 2019 and the 13th Sharjah Biennial. And I think their work for the Architecture Triennial is actually still up, so you can go and visit it. So that's it from me. I'm going to hand over to Nida, who will tell us a bit more about Safiya.
Hi, can you hear me? All right. Well, I think you've almost said everything there is to say. You've left very little, but right now Sahar is sharing and some images from Sakya. I will say first, let me just say thank you. It's really great to have this opportunity to be together, Danny and Alon and all of you and Art Jameel, and bringing these kind of questions that are increasingly important, to the public discourse. And Sakya was a response to some of these questions. Maybe it's telling to examine what the word Sakya means, and it comes from a 3-letter root, and it can refer to the stem of a mushroom. It can refer to papyrus, an irrigation ditch, a water wheel, someone who bears a cup bearer, to quench someone's thirst. It refers to the act of supplying water, obtaining water, but also to sharecropping contracts and tending to something, being a caretaker, or to make something flow. And Sahar actually came up with the name for Sakya. And this was around 2011, 2012. I was working as an educator, and I became acutely aware of some of the shortcomings in our education system in Palestine. And there was, this crisis which was becoming apparent that also became evident in a rift between agrarian traditions, our cultural heritage, and a new neoliberal tendency, kind of the result of a post-Oslo kind of neoliberal imagination, compounded by occupation. And we were really experiencing and continue to experience very deep-rooted insecurity, political, social, economic, cultural, and environmental insecurity and uncertainty. And so we were trying to address these issues. We wanted to come up with some kind of alternative pedagogical model, or an academy that would allow for us to bridge fading heritage practices with kind of contemporary technologies around sustainability, as well as preservation. Sahar was working as an architect with the Rawak in historic preservation. But we wanted to see a more inclusive vehicle for understanding these ideas around preservation and its relationship to land, and the mythologies that we associate with caretaking and our relationship to that land. And as these mythologies disintegrate with the loss of land, we needed to come up with some way to reinvigorate the imagination around those relationships between agriculture and culture, and kind of to heal the divide between nature and culture as it is. We started operating nomadically. I mean, we didn't have any kind of land. So we were mostly operating within Ramallah, looking at derelict plots and trying to cultivate them, questioning how these maybe derelict plots could add up additively as a kind of a ad hoc commons. And it wasn't until some years after we started, around 2017, that we were somehow bequeathed this property in Ain Kenya, which is about 15 minutes away from Ramallah city center. It's a property owned by the Zolatimo family, and it's been kind of rewilded through this kind of neglect, but also because it's in Area C, so it's under Israeli military occupation, governed by Israeli military law. So there's very little that can be done there. And so we operate kind of on the margins as such. But as you can see from this slideshow, it's a very dynamic and culturally and ecologically rich place where we engage in farming and permaculture activities, educational activities. We host researchers across the spectrum of arts and ecology. And from their research, we publish books that serve as a living curriculum for our summer school program. And what you would find in those books are kind of a how-to manual, recipes, mythologies, sometimes very practical ways to adapt to ever-changing environmental conditions, making stoves, creating zir pot or evaporative cooling structures. So we have architecture students, we have researchers, many from universities across the world, and then we kind of fold that in with the local know-how and knowledge of the villagers in Ain Kenya, and create these, guides to inspire our imaginations and to heal that rift between how we sustain our bellies, our bodies, and our imaginations. And so I think that's Sakya in short. I think it's also very interesting to note that, we've been talking about Sakya for years, and every time we talk about it, it changes. So it's now kind of defying any kind of classification, which is really interesting. And the villagers in Ankenya, who are kind of taking ownership of the project, also describe it in very different ways, and it depends on the audience. Obviously, here we have a particular audience, and it's worth noting that when the mu'allamin, so mu'allam is a kind of a master or a learned one, and everybody that engages with Sakya is a mu'allam. We don't use the term artist when we're speaking out about Sakya and other kind of forums like in Ankenya. And when they describe it, it's a very kind of amorphous. Sometimes they describe it as, hey, it's a place where we share, or it's a place where we're taken care of. And so, you might have a villager pass through, or a shepherd pass through, or a forager pass through from various villages. And they ask, hey, what are you guys doing? Why are you doing this? And it's about taking care. And through these conversations, they, inevitably, people become interested and engage in that process, and it becomes a celebration. There's a learning curve. As you can see, we do a lot of kind of heritage practice. We don't use cement. We try to reinvigorate, the intensive labor around this relationship to land. And so, it's not uncommon for somebody to walk through from a different village and say, like, hey, I work in Israel, and I could build you this dry stack stone wall in half the time using concrete. Why don't you use concrete? It'll last forever. You don't have to maintain it. And then this, the conversation becomes around maintenance as a practice, maintenance as celebration. So how do you motivate people to engage in these kind of labor-intensive collective practices? And we find that embedded within the landscape is this deeply rooted mythology of song and celebration and joy that keeps maintenance ephemeral. So it's not about this permanence of concrete. It's about these ever-evolving definitions and stories and ways to imagine. And we see that as part of, the way you understand polyculture or permaculture, which is maybe a problematic term because permanent is in there, and we see it more as kind of an ephemeral relationship to ecology, where we come and go. We have the right to return, the right to leave. But that right of return is essential. It's a promise, and it keeps us alive, and it keeps these stories alive. Here you see a storyteller engaging in the summer school, and that was such a beautiful event. Oftentimes these things happen spontaneously. Celebration and food and sharing. And this was an acoustic event where we were exploring the acoustic properties of our ancient kind of stone constructions. And here we have several walks and talk programs, which are very well attended. Here's one around the ecology of the rewilded varieties around our site, engagement with local children in Bedouin communities. This is a project by Tariq Khalaf, who was engaging in Islamic cosmologies and science, and it brought the whole community together, where his sphere proportionally related to the size of the sun became a talking point and a place to congregate. Jumana Mila Boud, evoking all of the mythologies around the spring on our site that's associated with the pre-Islamic mythology and animal spirit. Acoustic artistic interventions to encourage listening. This is Samia Halabi making paintings from pigments and inks from the site. So whenever we have symposia, and we have quite a few, I think our first, it was Taxonomy, Empire, and Reclaiming the Commons. One of our most recent ones is about rewilding pedagogy. We always have like the artists and the local craftspeople, villagers, all in a halaka, in a round, as you can see, kind of a round table. And the exchange of ideas is kind of horizontal in a sense. And as we've been working, villagers have come back to these lands, most notably the women in the community. It's become a safe place for them. And so now we're experimenting with a concept that I think Sahar initiated several years ago called The Garden is Our Classroom, with specific sites to address the needs of the women in the community. And I think maybe Sahar can speak more about that. But yeah, that's Sakya. Thank you.
Thank you. Sahar, do you want to add anything right now, or shall we move on?
I think I can add later in the discussion. So I'll stop the share screen now.
Okay, Alon and Daniel, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Well, we also will be sharing some images in the back as we speak. Here, yeah. And yeah, I really loved that Sakya's presentation started, I think, from the etymology and kind of meaning of Sakya, and I think that's something that is, yeah, it's quite interesting. I've never like thought about kind of another connection in the way we kind of practice and work, and how much kind of the meaning of words and how kind of the meaning kind of changes, or how do we institute meaning kind of into words is a really important part, I think, of what both kind of Sakya and CLIMAVORE does. And we came up with this idea of CLIMAVORE, I think, exactly because we started to think a few years ago, like, how do we eat as humans are changing the climate, and how do we respond to these kind of human-induced climatic events that are shaping more and more our food systems on a global level, but also in kind of very specific cases. And I think this idea of CLIMAVORE really came about from the fact that perhaps today one doesn't need to be an omnivore, a carnivore, a vegetarian, a vegan, a herbivore, but how do we become CLIMAVORE? So how do we actually change our kind of culture, desire, economic kind of structures, agrarian structures to kind of respond to these situations? So we set up CLIMAVORE like 6-7 years ago to start thinking of new seasons that are emerging, right? So if in some cities you go to the supermarket and you find pretty much any product or the same product all year round, out of season, from like oranges in like the wrong season, or like strawberries in like the wrong season, in pretty much with any product. So how to think of other seasons or seasonalities that we could follow, both as consumers or as bodies that need food, but also from a food production landscape. And that's where the landscape itself becomes a key part in our practice, to think how to eat in a period of drought, how to eat in a period of desertification, how to eat in a period of flash floods, etc. And yeah, it was also beautiful to hear today, as Alon was mentioning, the meaning
Sakia, which I think we never discussed in our previous conversations, but it's also a term that still exists in Spain from the times when it was the Arab period, and you still use it in Valencian language to refer to the Sakia or the Sequia in Valencian, or in Castilian acequia, which is, as you were saying, is the canal for irrigation. And it's also in Valencia, it's also interesting that it's a region that the water commons still exist, are still functioning for the past 1,000 years, managed also by its own water tribunal to regulate how people could make a collective usership of water or irrigation. And that idea of the commons or commoning is something that we've been thinking through a lot for CLIMAVORE, not only through inland commons or the grazing commons, that is kind of the most known perhaps, but also how do we think of the tidal commons or the sea commons or the collective usership of the coast through the same lens.
So over the past years, we've been developing different projects in various kind of locations, from responding basically to these new climatic events that are emerging, from drought in Sicily, in Palermo, to desertification or the movement of deserts in the UAE, and kind of developing basically all of these responses, and also kind of how do we respond to a period of polluted ocean from extractive and intensive fish farm practices that is happening on the Isle of Skye in Scotland, where the CLIMAVORE station has been based for the past 3 years. And I think kind of in very similar ways, I mean, I think for us, when we think about the instituting, or kind of what does instituting mean, I think we share kind of a lot of strategies in the sense of like, how do we kind of influence or kind of all of these different parts of what constitutes a food system, and how that kind of has to be intervening on so many intersecting kind of aspects of our lives and society. And I think on the one hand, you know, I think it's something like really obvious, and I think it's something that runs kind of throughout the day, like with all of the kind of presentations and kind of film screenings that we've seen, that food is something that touches like all bodies that kind of live and kind of inhabit this planet, whether they're like human or non-human, and everyone is kind of part of these like chains of like consumption and kind of nourishment in some way or another. And at the same time, these kind of, because of these kind of, the fact that it kind of touches or kind of moves through all of these bodies, right? It constitutes like so many worlds at the same time. And I think the question of like, how do we kind of reshape these worlds, and how do we kind of reshape or kind of create new worlds, or kind of resist the worlds we inherit, is something that is kind of very inherent in the work of CLIMAVORE, and specifically on the Isle of Skye, through various kind of approaches of pedagogy, of materiality, and of kind of growing, actually also being engaged and in growing kind of alternative and regenerative foods that kind of support acts of commoning. Basically, we've been trying to kind of imagine and kind of institute these alternative scenarios, or kind of alternative futures for food systems, basically.
And yeah, as part of that, we in our work, we find quite important to think of different typologies of like ancestral ways of growing or foraging or sourcing food. And through that, also many times in the different iterations of CLIMAVORE, we go back to kind of old techniques, from like farming methods to actually like microclimates, which also I think you use a lot in your own practice. Like, how do we kind of water without water, or how to create humidity, or how to retain humidity, or how to kind of allow moisture to actually enhance certain ecologies or habitats without any additional kind of support, let's say, of like chemicals or pesticides, or as we were seeing in the panel before us, and engineered seeds, etc., etc. So I think for us, the reinterpretation of some of these microclimatic techniques usually plays a role in multiple projects. And it's something perhaps we can elaborate on during the discussion, like how you see also heritage. That for us is always very inspiring, how you deal with it within the built environment or the environment or whatever ecology that is being increasingly built by many forces. So yeah, how to combine those different histories with new ways of reimagining the future. And also, when we're talking about this idea of the institution, or what does it mean to institute change, perhaps from bottom up or top down, or the different kind of challenges with these many different approaches. Also, how do we learn as we go along? And that's why pedagogy has been a big part of the climaforestation in Skye, in terms of training the next generation of cooks on the island, or training the next generation of builders through the lens of food, right, or food waste. So those are kind of different parts that, in a way, build up towards that platform.
So yeah, we'll leave it here.
Yeah, we can continue.
Thank you. So everyone can unmute now, and we can have a small conversation. I was interested in how you both framed this idea of radical pedagogy and pedagogical practice as a core part of what you do in particular ways. And I was wondering, for each of you, what kind of lineage you were looking at, you were drawing on in the way you started formulating this approach to pedagogy and kind of instituting these spaces. So maybe we can start with Nida and Sahar.
Yeah, thank you. I think we look at pedagogy through the lens of storytelling. The stories that are embedded within our site, and the stories that people associate with it, tell about it, learn from it, and the stories that they continuously make as they go about it. I think it was really amazing to start, as we started looking at the site, and we looked at so many different sites, but just as you start engaging with the site, all these stories that come about it. And when we started taking care of it, and we started with really simple things like cleaning, collecting stones, building simple stone walls to start with, bringing volunteers to try the different edible wild plants, etc. And as we engaged with the site in that way, the people started coming and telling us about the different stories, the different elements, the different people that lived on the site. And, for example, Dawood Zalatimo's stories became really present. Dawood Zalatimo is an educator and an artist. Very important. He was. He died in 2001. But in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, he spent a lot of time on site. He actually started a library on site within the holy oak tree. So the tree has a cavity, and he built shelves and he put books. Kids from the village would come and read. He built lots of different buildings and benches. He hunted, he cooked, he built ovens. And a lot of the kids from the village who are now older would come and tell us about all these stories. And that's for us where it all starts. It starts with this relationship that's already there. This place has been alive and affecting and influencing people for so many years. And this goes back to the idea of heritage, that heritage really is a new concept, and it has been always alive, and you couldn't call anything really heritage, except when we started losing things, we started disconnecting and erasing and miscommunicating. And losing this connection with the land and with each other, that we started looking for something that constitutes heritage. So yeah, for us, I think that's where it starts.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when Danny and Alon were mentioning seasons, I think that's also incredibly important, you know, where kind of that, how can I put it, like temporalities and topologies kind of intersect in ways that make us raise questions about the systems at large that govern our everyday lives, and, you know, capitalism, imperialism, its relationship to food production, knowledge production, and the loss of biodiversity can be equated, you know, as a result of that history, can be equated with a loss of kind of imagination, and a kind of a polyphony or a polyculture, just a kind of a hybrid, you know, abundance of how we can approach these things. And so when we started Sake, we were like, no, it has to be rooted in a seasonal or agricultural calendar. How can we bring that almanac together with education? And so we started digging, and we found that there were a lot of, you know, radical, revolutionary pedagogues, Musa Alami, Khalil Sakakini, Daoud Zalatimo, you know, that were really visionaries in addressing kind of or bringing a decolonial approach that was more inclusive, that, you know, addressed a kind of a commons as it related to education, and an inclusivity that we don't see very much today. So at Sakia, you know, we think of it seasonally, so that, you know, we host researchers, Marlemin, residents, artists in various fields during the spring and fall. And in the wintertime, we kind of collect that, you know, as if we're preserving these seeds of knowledge, and publish them so that they can be shared collectively during the summer school programs with our younger generation. Yeah, so.
Thank you. No, it's also really nice how you articulated this, how all these sort of histories of thought came up as you started working with people and looking into the history of the land. And it's another way of kind of heritage, you know, the thought that's kind of lost, as you say, through this flattening of worlds. And I think it's really nice how you described that. Alon and Daniel, do you want to talk about the kind of lineage to CLIMAVORE as well?
Yeah. I think also following up on that, the heritage, that sometimes the more immaterial heritage, as you were also speaking about, is the many times language and the role of the language plays. And in the context where we've been working in Scotland, in Skye, Raasay, and other islands in the Outer Hebrides and Inner Hebrides, in a way, Gaelic was also the language that was, in a way, tried to be replaced or many times erased from certain areas by English. And how now what we've been also trying to understand with different collaborators or historians or anthropologists also is how place naming also can bring back some of these stories that were connecting people to the landscape or their food practices or the seasons. Unfortunately, we don't speak Gaelic, but like the people that we are in conversation with, they always like mention incredible examples, like a place that is called Sligahan, it translates into the place of shells or many shells, which was a part of the coast where people would gather clams, oysters, scallops, as part of an ancestral practice, and that was the place to do that. So the act of keeping or translating or mediating some of those names in a way also allowed to figure out that the water quality used to be good in that area, and there used to be plentiful or plenty food there. So how to keep those habitats also for the future, right? And how to use language in a way to provoke people's imagination that actually that's a place where there should be a certain habitat.
And I think also in parallel, and I think it kind of resonates a lot with what kind of was just mentioned also, that there is some, I mean, I think in the case, I mean, I think we think a lot about pedagogy as a kind of as a form of resistance as well, right? There's a form of kind of how through pedagogy you're also developing kind of alternative models, which could be not only cultural or kind of knowledge, kind of new models or modes of knowledge, but like how they could kind of actually kind of create new economic models, for instance. And I think in that case, the programs that we've been doing with students in schools, developing apprenticeship, cooking apprenticeships, teaching kind of the next generation of cooks on the island how to be, what would it be to become a CLIMAVORE cook, and then actually kind of providing a paid apprenticeships in one of the restaurants that we've been collaborating with that have removed farmed salmon from the menu and introduced CLIMAVORE dishes, or which I think is a really, in the case of kind of Sky, you know, I think always the economy is the question. In a very kind of rural kind of area or remote area, there's many times a question around kind of the economy and kind of the fact that like salmon industry kind of brings jobs, right? And the fact that kind of creating education programs is also like a tool to develop kind of new modes of economy and kind of new ways to kind of basically resist kind of the models that were kind of imposed like on a certain kind of area.
I think that's absolutely, you know, core. I think, you know, we're just, you know, we're talking to the winds. You know, if it's just in this kind of register of kind of, you know, conceptual or artistic practice, and that you guys, and you know, I think there's a movement, you know, of grounding these ideas back, you know, rooting them, rerouting them. And there are economies, there are alternative economies associated with this, and we engage with that on a daily basis. So, you know, as you know, like most of the, you know, that knowledge, the experience of working the land has been lost because these people have moved to working in the building sector in Israel and sometimes in Palestine. And so there's a loss of knowledge associated with that. Creating like a value system, not necessarily an economy, but a value system associated with these practices is very important. So what we've seen happen now is that by kind of reviving and nurturing these heritage practices, I'll give you a specific example around like the dying art of building with dry stack stone construction without concrete. We've had like masters kind of revive this craft. We've, you know, they've put into practice the memories and stories of their fathers and grandfathers. They're practicing it on site, and they have mentees. So there's a mentorship program. What we're finding is that people are coming by the site and being like, wow, this is absolutely amazing. How did you do that? And we want something like this in, you know, in our community, or can you come and restore this building elsewhere? And there's a prestige in a way, you know, there's a value. So we have youth, young men in particular, who would otherwise, you know, be facing kind of a neoliberal dream, a mortgage, a fast car or something, engaged in these heritage arts, and they are being valued for it. And other young people are looking up to them. It's really, and they come to us and say, can we learn? Can you teach us? So there are, you know, and it's not that they're going to make more money, but they have a certain role and a place and respect and pride. And I can't stress the importance of that. Yeah.
I think we're starting to get a question or two, but I wanted to pose another one before we open it up, which is also thinking about the role of artists and art practice within both of what you do. So I know at Saqiya you have the residency program, and you showed us pictures of Samia and other residents. And I just wanted to also think with you about what that space does. I see that there's many agents that come into the site, and that's how you kind of learn and how things move on through the معلمين or معلمات or the kind of community around you, but also how do you work with artists to also look, research histories of the site or activate communities there. Just wanted to hear a little bit more about that part of the program. And then with Alon and Daniel, I guess it's what does the art aspect of that Venn diagram of everything that you do, because it's so multifaceted, what does that allow you? Of course, you reach audiences in a different way. It might allow the project to move forward in terms of actioning change, like you were talking about the menu changes, which I think came about from one of your exhibitions, right? So I just wanted to also think about maybe the productive element of that part of the practice as well. Would like to chip in.
I can speak a little bit about different art practices, engaging artists and community. I think what's been happening, and it's really beautiful and organic, and sometimes we don't know exactly how it happens, but artists, as they spend time on site, and this is a village community, so relationships are very different. And when you're there, people start talking to you, and you start talking to people, and people have the time to stop and say hello and try to know who you are. Artists, as they spent time, would have a lot of questions, and they would start asking community members, and they would start creating these different friendships. And it's been really great to see how different artists created different friendships with different families and different communities within the village itself. It's a very small village, but it has a diversity in a sense. So artists would work with children, women, men, older, younger, university educated, or school children, refugee community or Bedouin community. So many different communities, and as they go, they would also think about, like, projects would come about, and this takes us back to this rerouting practices, because then the community members would bring their different practices to the artistic practice, and the artistic practice would become the space where we're engaging not just with what the artist is doing, but with also what the community is doing and creating. And economy comes in as well, because the artist would, and naturally they would start working with the community as like creating small jobs here and there. So it starts maybe with stories, with walks and talks and spending time and having lunches and dinners, etc. But later we noticed that a lot of it has become deeper relationships, and sometimes it would become also relationships that would engage education programs. So the artist would actually work directly with the school or directly with the children, or economic programs where the artist would work with, say, the women who make dresses, or the women who embroider, or the men who build stone walls. And that has been happening extensively. And we think, a project would last 1 month, and a project takes much longer. So long-term projects have been the way for us to work. So most of our projects last years, and we don't think they would ever have a real end. They're just it's the way they are. They grow as they go. Yeah.
I think in our case, and kind of, again, it's it's really interesting. I think all of the similarities kind of in the multiple kind of strategy or parallel strategies that are coming out kind of in both practices, that basically I think one of the things is that we move between a lot of these kind of spaces and disciplines, and we as well have background in architecture and in kind of performance and visual arts, and And I think CLIMAVORE and our practice in general becomes like a way to try and pull all of these things together in order to kind of really think like, how do you institute change, essentially? And I think in that sense, art, more than kind of a practice for us, it's kind of, it perhaps becomes like a vehicle, or it's like a space where you can kind of discuss ideas, experiment with ideas, but like the work like doesn't stay there, right? And I think what you were referring to in the case when we were invited to do an exhibition at Tate a couple of years ago, it was exactly how do we kind of take the work that we've been doing kind of with the CLIMAVORE station on the Isle of Skye for like 4 or 5 years, and how do we use kind of cultural space in order to kind of amplify that, or how do we kind of bring like upscale that, you know, like how do we move from like working like 10 restaurants on an island, you know, that like serve a lot of like people over the year, because like CLIMAVORE is a very kind of, it's a place where it has like hundreds of thousands of visitors that come there every year, to like an institution that feeds millions of people, right? And kind of is like the biggest tourist attraction in the UK, at least until COVID. And then I think that becomes for us, and then again, how that allows us to kind of take it into like food industry, right? Takes it into kind of corporations, like really think like how these ideas kind of through culture, kind of spaces of cultural production could like enter kind of the structures that eventually are what we are trying to kind of transform. So it's like, it's almost like a space, I think, where we kind of, you can put kind of a certain kind of a certain motion in transformation, but it's not that kind of, by no means, this is kind of where the project kind of begins or ends.
Oh yeah, I completely understand that it's a space where you can also leverage things more widely, but also it allows maybe experimentation and trial, whereas in other places working with schools or policy or local government, it's a very different kind of conversation that you're having, and maybe room for experimentation is a little bit more limited. So I think I'll grab this question from the chat box from Melissa Owens. She has a question for Alon and Daniel. So have you found that practices required for regenerative and sustainable aquaculture on Skye are practices that existed before highly commercialized aquaculture, or have you had to introduce new practices into the community? And if so, where did those ideas come from?
Good, thank you, Melissa. I think what is interesting about aquaculture is that in that part of the world is quite a recent phenomenon. Salmon has been one of the most recent domesticated species, dating back to the peak in the 80s, let's say, although it started a bit before. And what there was there much earlier for centuries was people's understanding of the coast in terms of food sourcing, not necessarily cultivating like on the tidal zone, but foraging from the tidal zone. And people really knew the kind of seasonalities or the produce or where to find each thing all over the island. And that's the knowledge that has been lost perhaps in the last couple of generations with the introduction of more industrialized foods, at least for the younger generations. So rather than kind of reinventing the wheel, it was more kind of trying to first understand existing knowledge that is there, and then how to enhance that, not only to forage things, but if it's common knowledge, let's say for some people that this and this and this has always been living in that area, what kind of like ropes could you put like in the water to enhance some of these species to attach to that, right? So it's more enhancing what there is already there rather than reinventing the whole thing.
Yeah. So in that sense, I think we think about that as a way of not just like cultivating food, but like cultivating habitats, right? And what does that kind of mean in, you know, like on a also wider scale than just like what the kind of intertidal zone can produce.
But maybe we could also reverse the question to you both. Like, I don't know if there is something that you've been experiencing along the lines of like this kind of introduction of something new versus kind of restoring or recuperating some of the things that were lost or erased over the past decades. Yeah, I think, I think food is at the core of it, right? So the history of capitalism can't be separated from the kind of modern history of food production and, the imperialist histories of food production as they relate to privatization, the loss of the commons, soil depletion, nitrogen depletion, cultural depletion, heritage, in depletion of indigenous knowledge and the mythologies that governed our relationship to the commons, and the commons in a very kind of wide range of kind of classification systems, very subtle. So loss of commons, loss of imagination, loss of land, and loss of language are really deeply intertwined, and it makes us think of the loss of biodiversity, the loss of cultivars, to feed ourselves. I think I was reading just the other day, like, strawberries, cocoa seeds, coffee, some of these things that we take for granted are endangered, right? Or under the threat of becoming endangered. And that's also because we've neglected all of their kind of wild relatives, wild possibilities, those untamed imaginaries. And so we need to bring those back. And I think what I've learned about the commons in Palestine is that it's not just a commons. It's like, it's very nuanced. Commons for the goats, commons for foraging, commons for wild sage, commons for wild tumbleweed, commons that should be matruk or left alone. All of these are kind of, in opposition to capitalist notions of productivity and profit associated with land. But the commons that exist, the commons that have survived have been matrilateral. So they've been passed from the mother, so they're kind of, they're feminist, they're radical feminist relationships to story and land and how we feed ourselves, our bellies and our imaginations. And I think that's really important. The other day, a friend of ours was telling us a story. Sahar, do you remember? So Kufr Name, the story of the women and this kind of, can you tell us that story?
Sure. We were talking about rain, and there's a tradition around praying to invite rain, because we have a dry season, a long dry season in the summer. And if the rain doesn't come at a certain point in the fall for the olives, so we need the first rain to indicate the picking of the olives, we pray. We go to the mosque, there is a certain prayer we do. And this woman was telling us about this practice that was all over Palestine in different forms, where women would go out carrying a stone mill, a wheat stone mill, and they would
but also wearing our clothes inside out.
Wearing our clothes inside out, carrying the stone mill and playing it, so it's like the sound indicates that we need the water for the wheat, that we're gonna spread the seeds very soon. And the rooster that would be screaming, and they would have water that they would splash on other people, and they would have songs, they would sing, and they would walk around the village, and people would join as they walk. And this practice over time, when the men started going to the mosque and praying for the rain, this practice started fading, because that prayer started replacing this ritual. And I think that's what Nida is referring to, a lot of these feminist land, season, food practices have been replaced in a lot of ways by capitalist patriarchal practices.
And the loss is that kind of collective, celebration. You can imagine the procession, and that can't be diminished in its value. That that there is a cultural invitation that embraces and encourages the participation across gender spectrums of society, to invite them to the land and celebrate and sing and engage together on a number of different levels, right? So that keeps our imagination and potential alive.
What strikes me also is that the time within which you're both working, which is like a slow and steady work, of course, but also you refer to seasonal time, evoking past times into the present, thinking of future time. So you're bringing all these sort of different temporalities together, or working against kind of capitalist time and the value system. But also, these are such long-term projects to also institute change in the long run and within these communities. So how do you think about the legacy of these, right? So at the moment, I guess Saqiya is now like 7 years old. CLIMAVORE also is a few years old, but like, how do you situate yourselves in terms of building the legacy of what you're doing? I guess with Saqiya, it's a little bit more clear in that you're situated physically in a particular community. I mean, of course, in the Isle of Skye you are as well, but in a way, you're sort of devolving to the community there. But I wonder, Alon and Daniel, how do you think of the legacy of what you're doing in Skye and what it's going to look like in sort of 5-10 years?
Yeah, I think for us it's a super like a burning question, and I think it's like, and I think it's twofold. I think on the one hand there's like a real urgency, and I think Saqiya is like, it's an incredible example, right? Like, if we want to be like, we cannot only be talking about ecology in a moment of like environmental crisis, and we need to be like practicing ecology. And practicing ecology is something that you cannot do in the duration that like cultural institute in the framework, the existing frameworks of cultural institutions that are like inherently kind of operating on like very different timelines that are like capitalist timelines, right? Or kind of business timelines, or like, and so on and so forth. And it's exactly how do we kind of insert these ideas of like, and practices and realities of like holding on a project for not like even 5 or 10, like we're not thinking of like 5 or 10 years. Like, what does it mean to like run a project for 50 years? And I think that, like, or more. And because like this
beyond our lifetime,
because I think this question of like, which I think all of these questions essentially are like stemming out of like reparative questions of reparation and kind of reparative practices. And like, we inherited like such a troubled and kind of polluted and kind of broken, like colonized, like world, and like how, in order to kind of transform it, we need to be committed to this for like a really, really long time. So I think, and I think this is kind of really for us, like, I think now when we're like, as we're developing the project in Skye and as we're developing like other projects, is like, how do you like insert that like from day one, and I think what is extremely admirable also like in the practice, I think, of Sahar and Nida, is that this is like, there's another layer of that, right, which is also the layer of like existence per se, right? Like, by doing that, you're kind of ensuring that like people can continue to like exist, that when they're like continuously trying to be kind of annihilated or erased.
So in an ideal world, I wish we were able to leave perhaps a little bookshelf inside an oak tree that will still be there in like 50 years time, or an equivalent. Yes.
That's beautiful.
That's so beautiful.
Nida, Sahar, do you have anything to say? We're sort of out of time at the moment, but do you have anything to say to that remark and question?
Yeah, we're definitely out of time. I don't mean just now, obviously, but we have to reach relationships, and that's that's bringing back these stories. Going back to what Danny was saying about the canal, and that the canal and riparian rights being a root of democracy. Being able to look at the equitable distribution of these natural resources as being the root of having cause to celebrate, but also say, hey, I'm doing my laundry. You don't need to drink the water downstream right now. Let's coordinate. Let's work together. And that that's a legacy that I think. I mean, we hope to amplify, but Sakya is in a precarious position. It could be confiscated by the Israelis. It could be destructively developed by the Palestinians at any time. So it needs to have kind of a nomadic quality for it to have legs. It needs to be able to spread. And I think the greatest thing that's happened to Sakya is kind of the recognition that we've received from cooking sections. And I think that speaks beyond borders. It speaks beyond these kind of geographic localities. And I think it's an infectious invitation for artist collectives to take care of each other. That's our legacy.
That's a really good note to end on. Thank you so much to everyone for sharing, conversation around two really urgent and important projects, which each have their own particular challenges. Now there's another part to the conference, so we're coming back in about 10 minutes for the performance of cooking sections when Salman. So please come back in 10 minutes, and thank you to all the speakers and everybody who asked some questions. There was one in the chat box, unfortunately we couldn't take from Sabi, but I think he's joining us live, so perhaps there'll be a chance to have that conversation later. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sahar.
Thank you, everyone.
Alon and Daniel.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
and tool to observe landscapes in transformation. They have worked on iterations of the long-term site-responsive CLIMAVORE project since 2015, exploring how to eat as humans change climates. With that, when salmon, salmon, salmon.
Give me 2 seconds.
Oranges require orange to be. They are a color expectation. If an orange is not orange, it is no orange.
Oranges originated in China, where they were crossbred from a mandarin and a pomelo as early as the 4th century BC. From there, oranges passed from Sanskrit through Persian to Arabic. Traveling with the Moors, naranjas soon dotted Al-Andalus and Sicily. Oranges arrived in England from France in the 14th century, their bright skins holding a taste of a color that became popular in markets, on palates, and eventually in tongue.
For centuries, oranges were orange, but still orange was not a color. It was called yellow-red. It took another 200 years for the color to earn its name, to become a form that could give itself to others, to be ascribed to flowers, stones, minerals, and the setting sun.
To the west, oranges followed the path of Spanish missionaries to the Americas and lent their name to Orange County and the Orange State. In California, the fruit fed the miners of the gold rush who passed through the mission towns. In Florida, there were so many groves that by 1893, the state was producing 5 million boxes of fruit each year. In this tropical climate, nights too humid and too hot, oranges would ripen too quickly. They were ready to be eaten while still green. And so, from the 20th century onwards, green oranges have been synthetically dyed orange, coated to match consumer expectations. Oranges reveal that humans cannot imagine a species detached from its color, even when we are the ones who detach it.
Amid all the observations about industrialization and its consequences, the following is rarely heard. The world's colors are shifting. We grew up coloring in pictures of the world. Trees are green, oceans blue, and yolks yellow. That everything else in life is turned regularly upside down is only tolerable because oranges remain orange and the sky blue. An increasing amount of industrial energy is directed towards dyeing the world in natural colors so that life and commerce may proceed.
But dyes may miss their mark. Shifting cues in flesh, scales, skin, leaves, wings, and feathers are clues to the environmental and metabolic metamorphoses around and inside us. The force that is color is not for domestication. It is fugitive. Color colors outside our lines. As Esther Leslie put it, color is fragile and contingent. Color is fleeting, fugitive, unstable, more attuned to the memory than the objective world, always escaping or seeping away, fading as night falls or when the sun shines too brightly. Chemists struggle to make it last. Color is motile, and in the realm of color, chemical color, synthetic color, nothing remains the same as it was yesterday.
In 2018, an eye-catching sparrow was spotted on the Isle of Skye in Scotland. This sparrow was bright pink.
We know what sparrows are supposed to look like because they have evolved together with us. Over several millennia, food scraps from human settlements attracted sparrows from the wild, which mutated into new species. House sparrows have since become a familiar sight wherever humans dwell. They metabolize the shades of our settlements into their brown-gray feathers. They are drabber than their older tree sparrow cousins, who preserve their brighter tones of the forests.
But the pink sparrow, neither forest nor house, was actually a color leak. The sparrow had turned salmon.
Salmon are at home in color. Whipping her tail, a female salmon spent 2 days making a depression in the riverbed called a red, where she deposits her eggs. Fertilized, these red spheres of nutrients encasing young salmon who eat their way out, taking the color inside. Once the eggs are depleted, salmon swim to the ocean in search of food. There, they feed on red-pink crustaceans, mostly shrimp and krill, as well as small fish with even smaller crustaceans in their digestive systems. From these, they absorb yellow, red, orange fat-soluble pigments called carotenoids that tint salmon salmon.
Salmon record their location by metabolizing these shades. Their flesh is color coordinated with their journey. If salmon could peer inside their own bodies, they could distinguish from their muscle tones the Trondheim Fjord from the sky or the Bering Sea.
When salmon are ready to breed, they stopped eating. Their stomachs shrink to the size of a finger to make room for roe and milt, and they are drawn back to their birthplace, searching for home against the currents.
The swim upstream requires such great exertion that it pushes red pigment to the surface of the salmon's skin, a sign of health that actually lures mates. Female salmon pass on carotenoids in their flesh to plump their roe and make it attractive to prospective males. Color then streams through generations, linking salmon to their red. Salmon, the color, is a pathway, both metabolic and geographic, of being. It is the atmosphere in which salmon are born and die. Color in this cosmos, then, is more than cosmetic. It is a biological influence as strong as memory.
Salmon is a means by which color moves according to the logic of ingestion. Salmon metabolize their color, literally drawing life from it, and humans, craving this color species, consume an image of health.
Such is the human thought of salmon: scales encasing ink-perfect pink flesh, a river lipping with fish on the run, a color bound to a body bound to its own name. On the Isle of Skye in Scotland, however, this pictorial logic is fading. Skye no longer runs salmon. Populations have fallen to historic lows, and corporate aquaculture has filled the waters around the island with intensive open-net salmon farms. Salmon, the color, the fish, is a red herring.
Open-net fish farms are flow-through feedlots. Enclosed in pens with 1 to 200,000 other fish, a salmon cannot feed on krill and shrimp. Here, a salmon is naturally deprived of astaxanthin, the carotenoid that makes crustacean pink and protects its body from solar radiation and stress. A salmon's color then reflects its well-being. Darker pink salmon represents access to astaxanthin-rich crustaceans, where pale pink salmon represents a lack of nutrients or high stress levels. Farmed salmon lacking these resources are no longer truly salmon. Their flesh tone is now closer to white-gray than red. Salmon the fish are cleared of salmon the color.
Pigmentation in farmed salmon also profits from being photo-manipulated. Consumer demand requires fish all year round, and so many farms in northern latitudes mask the seasons through artificial light.
Fluorescents mimicking summer sunshine are turned on and off.
On and off.
On and off.
On and off.
And on and off.
Most salmon do not know seasonal darkness in their brief 18 months of captive life before the slaughter. In northern latitudes, 100,000 lumen bulbs are an ingredient in a lighting recipe that creates unseasonal, summer-like atmospheres. For farmed salmon, a year might have 2 summers and skip a winter.
Under the weight of accelerated growth, farmed salmon spines curve, eyes wrap, tails shorten, and jaws bend. More than 90% of farmed fish can indeed be considered deformed. Fused and compressed, vertebra twists bodies to such an extent that salmon struggle to swim.
Parasites like sea lice thrive on salmon bodies when they are crammed in the confines of the pen, easily multiplying as they jump between hosts. These parasites feed on the skin and blood of salmon, causing lesions, stress, and in some cases, killing entire populations. The lesions, which make fish aesthetically unappealing and unmarketable, are the biggest problem for farms. And increasingly, poisonous toxins to fight disease and parasites are added to feeds and metabolized in the flesh.
Another way to target parasites is through the use of laser beams. These optical Deleuzian devices go on and off, on and off, on and off, and on and off. The farm's light regime is therefore a paradox. As growing seasons extend and fish multiply, parasites thrive, and more light enters the fray. Light necessitates light to keep up with market speed. Hundreds of kilos of feed, particles, and antibiotics, which are distributed through hyper-efficient automated feeders that detect when the fish are hungry, billow out into the surrounding water. These create chemical runoffs from these toxic toilets that lead to disease and mutations in surrounding fish populations. Salmon farms now dot the coasts of Scotland, Iceland, Chile, Ireland, Canada, and Tasmania, but they also affect the waters and lands of other countries from South America to West Africa. Trawlers off the coast of Peru or Senegal, which sustainably source anchovies for feed in pellets, are depleting local fish populations and the small-scale fishermen dependent on them, forcing them to migrate to survive. The anchovies are mixed with soy protein from Brazil's Cerrado tropical savanna, which is being cleared from farmland at a rate as 50% faster than the Amazon.
When the Scottish clearances happened some 200 years ago, thousands of Gael people were dispossessed, evicted from their villages, and banned from living off the land as they used to. Sheep became more valuable than people. Today, salmon farming corporations are replicating a similar process by clearing the seabed, and more dead zones are appearing all around salmon farms. This new wave of clearances is a multi-billion business for a few, but invisible to humans above water.
Salmon are bred to be hungry. Their job is to put on weight at any cost. Feeding salmon is a landscape-consuming practice at a planetary level. As a global commodity, farmed salmon defies any attempt to be pinned down to any particular geography.
Scottish salmon today does not entirely come from Scotland. Salmon hatching roe is part of an intricate transnational network of precious genes with color pigments and eggs fertilized and incubated in different facilities, ready to be sent from farming site to farming site to farming site across the world. Scottish salmon today, then, is neither entirely Scottish, nor is it wholly salmon. An inventive marketing around the origins and quality of farmed salmon has emerged in the UK.
The Scottish Salmon Company has branded themselves as purveyors of authentically Scottish salmon, despite being registered in Jersey, owned by a Swiss bank with Ukrainian and Norwegian investors, floated on the Oslo Stock Exchange, and used imported Norwegian genetic material for their farmed salmon.
Greek seafood Heartland sources salmon from the wild waters of Shetland, but wild here refers to the water and not the fish itself.
It is no surprise then that Marks & Spencer salmon brand name is Loch Muir. Indeed, a Scottish wilderness-sounding name, but Loch Muir is a place that does not exist on the map.
Aldi promotes Best of Scotland salmon with an image of a fishing boat when it is actually farmed in Scotland and the Faroe Islands.
Morrison's promotes Catch of the Day salmon, which is sourced from farms in Norway, and Scottish quality salmon, which is farmed in Norway but only smoked in Scotland.
Scottish salmon then has become a brand that needs to be critically rethought, not only from an environmental and ecological perspective, but also questioning what Scottish and salmon mean in that construction.
Salmon is a species cleared of the metabolic processes that constitute salmon, both color and fish. It is our desire for color which eventually landscapes the environment. In natural habitats, animals use color to attract, warn, or camouflage. The absence of a color indicates sickness, a body removed from the social functions of an ecosystem. In captivity, where mating is replaced by artificial insemination and predators by disassembly lines, most color fades. Yet to the human eye, a body without color is no body. So if food lacks color, or the body lacks the food that contains its color, then the body needs to be color-fed.
The equation feed conversion ratio is a tool to quantify the success of farmed salmon. It indicates the precise quantity of feed pellets, around 3 kilos, that equate in biomass gain, which is around 1 kilo. It is the efficiency ratio by which feed is best converted into food and color. These bodies, neither beings nor objects, are the synthesis of ecology and economy. Living matter becomes a dislocated liquid volume cascading through planetary pipes that connect oceans with disassembly lines, mills with packing facilities. Chicken and pigs are fed ground-up fish. Fish are fed ground-up chicken and pigs, and fish are fed ground-up fish. Millions of tons of animal travel the world as animal feed, and in every step, color additives are supplementing the food deficiencies that each industrialized species has, coloring the flesh that flesh ingests.
Feed is not just food, whether for humans or animals. It is a logistical operation that transfers matter from place to place and body to body. Dying and digesting bodies become a color machine that processes and propagates images of their wilderness, the fashioning of which they no longer control.
The little pink sparrow in the sky appeared at the end of one of these voracious food chains. Its salmon feathers were a color leak, a sign. In farms, the colored salmon lives outside the fish. Gray salmon must be fed an imitation of the natural color, and so farmers cannot afford to feed salmon, krill, or baby lobsters, and so since the 1970s, synthetic astaxanthin has been used to stain salmon in multiple pantones of salmon. At once gray and pink, they are salmon.
15 hues classify salmon following 15 shades of Pantones. You are looking at Pantone 1555U. Are looking at Pantone 1565U.
Are looking at Pantone 1625U.
Are looking at Pantone 1635U.
Are looking at Pantone 1575U.
Are looking at Pantone 487U.
Are looking at Pantone 486U.
Are looking at Pantone 1645U.
Are looking at Pantone 157U.
Are looking at Pantone 1655U.
Are looking at Pantone 158U.
Are looking at Pantone 1665U.
Are looking at Pantone 485U.
Are looking at Pantone 2347U.
Are looking at Pantone 2028U.
Are looking at the 15 Pantones of salmon. The Salmon Fan trademark is a universal system used by the salmon industry to apply synthetic salmon tones to fish. Darker hued salmon fed more astaxanthin are more expensive, and the lighter shade, and then the lighter shades, while salmon lower than 23 on the scale are difficult to sell at any price.
The salmon palette was invented by Hoffmann Laroche, and after decades of producing food coloring and medicines derived from petrochemicals, Laroche took a special interest in synthetic astaxanthin in the 90s. Their SalmonFan scale allows salmon farms to decide the precise amount of astaxanthin to feed fish according to the tastes of their market. Later, Laroche sold SalmonFan together with their vitamins and fine chemicals division to Dutch estate mines, which was originally set up as a coal mining enterprise. Today, DSM markets synthetic carotenoids as nutritional products for salmon and shrimp under the trade name Carophile Pink.
Humans taste with their eyes just as much as with their tongues. And in DSM's own words, color is essential to the sensory perception of quality. Salmon, the color, the flesh, the fish, the system, is an image produced by and dependent on generic geographies.
We paint the world in colors we expect to see, and in doing so, we color our expectations. Yet, farmed salmon struggle to achieve the perfect salmon that consumers demand of their flesh. Their color is affected by levels of anxiety, exhaustion, and crowding in the farm. And these stresses create their given color by reducing their metabolization of astaxanthin. Homogeneity color amongst salmon, even in the same farm, is almost impossible, so faulty colors may appear.
At the time of slaughter, 10 to 30% of salmon have black spots in their muscle fillets, a sign of tissue damage. No one wants to eat fish colored with polka dots, and so they are discarded. Color is all that matters.
The salmon sparrow in sky was a warning signal of this very possibility. A body consumed by the color of another species, a red flag.
In 1856, William Perkins was trying to synthesize quinine as a treatment for malaria. In the process, he accidentally isolated mauve from coal tar, unleashing the colors held fast in the sludge of energy. Little did he know, this would come to be called aniline, and would be the base of a synthetic color revolution, as well as the origins of almost all chemical and pharmaceutical companies.
Turning coal tar into color was far more rewarding than any alchemist could have dreamt, providing the means by which the world could be totally repainted. Coal tar's darkness, as Esther Leslie claims, was the origin of a color rush. The rainbow could be extracted from the mine rather than the colony, and a seemingly new world order began in which pigment took hold at the molecular level. The color industry reached its explorative heights in Nazi Germany when Agfa, BASF, Bayer, and other coal derivatives companies consolidated into IG Farben, for colors in German, and instrumental to and the instrument of Hitler's regime, IG Farben created everything from dyes to paints to food colorings. Using slave labor from concentration camps, it revolutionized the standardization and commodification of color, while also manufacturing Zyklon B, the deadly poison of the gas chambers.
Since the advent of industrialism, color has been moving. It fades and it is fed, but it also morphs and changes, signaling environmental shifts. The most famous interspecies toxic class struggle of the 19th century is that of the moth. As factories rose between London and Manchester, both town and country darkened. Walls and streets were blackened, and the white lichen on the barks of trees on which white moth lurked faded. Formerly camouflaged, they became easy prey, and the rarer kind of moth with black spots of melanin took their niche.
By 1848, fully black specimens had become a common enough sight in Manchester that they were classified as their own species. Opposed to the white-bodied typica, the normal, the black-bodied moth was named Carbonaria, as if carried by the billowing plumes of chimneys and smokestacks. Carbon gave itself to another form, animating carbon color, and by the end of the century, Carbonaria almost twice outnumbered Typica.
The struggle of the peppered moth signaled an ecochemical crisis. The moth mothed into atmospheric pollution. Industrialism, an unprecedented release of energy into new systems, classifies. It counts, groups, and naturalizes differences that emerge as environments transform. Classification depicts the new in the context of the existing. It domesticates and depoliticizes the struggle of adaptation. Like wilderness, it organizes life into a static image. The irony is, we cannot imagine a species removed from its color, because we taxonomize, at least at first, visually.
Like moth pigeons with darker feathers are now reproducing faster than their lighter fellows. They pigeon. Melanin is pigment, but also protection, drawing the ions of toxic trace metals from their bodies to their pinion. Zinc and sometimes lead, deposited in their wings, color coordinates them with their urban environment. And even after death, birds keep atmospheric toxins in their feathers. And we can read the composition of urban air in the way that feathers feather toxin.
Ornithologists along the east coast of the US have noticed that some yellow-feathered birds have begun to molt crimson. Like the salmon sparrow on Skye, their body color and their species color no longer align. As temperatures rise in the area, plant life has adapted and red honeysuckle berries now proliferate. When woodpeckers and waxwing feed on these once uncommon fruit, they metabolize rhododendron, a red pigment that alters the color of their feathers. When yellow woodpeckers feather invasive berry, we can tell that berries are turning rising temperatures.
Color no longer flows through bodies, but rather bodies are flowing through color. In our post-industrial era, the amount of toxic substances circulating through bodies is such that bodies are the ones circulating through chemicals and not the other way around. Likewise, instead of bodies metabolizing color, it appears color is metabolizing bodies.
A bright pink foam of lead, cadmium, nickel, and mercury runs into India's Yamuna River from textile factories. This runoff leaches into the soil, warming up roots and making the vegetables that grow in the field nearby taste fast fashion. Fast fashion flows from the river to the plants to the textiles workers who eat them and back out again.
In Mumbai, fast fashion metabolized 11 dog bodies, strays who swam in the Kasadi River to cool down amidst the summer heat and then turned cyan blue. As low-cost fast fashion producers concentrate their facilities in countries with cheap labor and lax environmental regulations, it is not uncommon to see rivers running trendy seasonal colors. And so, the dogs that swim in must-wear color rivers become must-wear color dogs.
Red Hook in Brooklyn had an incredibly hot summer in 2010. Flowers and blossoms withered, and hives in the area began to glow incandescent red. It seemed that starving bees had resorted to a non-floral food source. As the Brooklyn bees fed on cherry syrup from a nearby factory, red 40 petrochemical colorant metabolized bees, honeys, and hive.
At the ends of the Earth, chromatmospheres show signs of a new bipolar order. In the Arctic, air losing its transparency due to suspended chemicals distorting the trajectory of sunlight is snow. Ocean water pollutants accumulated in fat erodes the skin of white seals, causing fading. What seems like an orange snow rust is actually parasites thriving in rising polar temperatures. The Arctic does not Arctic white any longer.
Flamingos raised in captivity lack access to astaxanthin-rich algae, so zoos feed them flamingo to keep up with visitors' expectations. Just as farmed salmon, flamingo, flamingo. In the meantime, the algae that gives flamingo their distinctive salmon color are the latest wonder ingredient in human beauty products. You can now flamingo your skin, hair, and nails.
Our skin biologically protects us while exposing us to the politics of perception, shifting the popularity and decay of skin bleaching and tanning products. The perception of skin tones have changed over time, showing the unstable relationship between class and race, as well as the human obsession with bodily appearance. Tanning gummy bears allow now light-skinned humans to metabolize the color of the sun while or without sitting under it. They are just another wave of food supplements to alter skin from the inside out.
Bodies have become filtering devices. Humans and animals are disposable hosts of synthetic color. Humans struggle to imagine a species detached from its color, even when we are the ones who detach it. Shifting cues in flesh, scales, skins, and feathers are clues to the metabolic metamorphoses around and inside us. Life in the chromatmosphere denies salmon the right to their own colors.
As diets and desires transform plant and animal bodies, we need to learn the struggle of living with and within color. After all, we color the chromatmosphere and the world is already saturated. Salmon, the color, is a color, but is also the color of a wild fish that is neither wild, nor fish, nor even salmon.
After decades of overfishing, exhaustive salmon farming, and color leaks, Sky's waters have reached a point where seasonal productivity, ecology, and employment need to be rethought. Food seasons, as we know them, have ceased to exist. In a supermarket, you can find strawberries in the winter, tomatoes in the autumn, or even salmon filling the shelves all year round. You have all seasons. Beyond this flattened, continuous 365-day long season, what would be the new periods we could eat according to today? If humans have been changing environments, how can we also change our food system to adapt to them and build other landscapes? CLIMAVORE explores how to eat as humans change climate, a form of devouring that follows the consequences of anthropogenic landscape affected by intensive forms of extraction. Different from carnivore, omnivore, locavore, vegetarian, or vegan diets, it is not so much the ingredients that define CLIMAVORE, but rather the infrastructural responses to human-induced climatic events. New seasons of food production and consumption have begun to appear.
CLIMAVORE aims to rethink the environmental futures of coastal inhabitation and the coastal commons through a diet that can effectively transform desires and infrastructure. In the case of polluted shores by salmon farms in Scotland, it takes the tidal zone as an ambiguous site that appears and disappears and constantly changes in size. The littoral must be kept as a liminal zone because coastal space has no clear definition but opens up for murky yet cleaner usership and can become today the entrance into a new ecology, economy, and imaginary. Alternative aquacultures can become then a space of opportunity for the tidal commons.
Human-induced climatic alterations of the raw water, ranging from increasing acidification of the ocean, appearances of new parasites, and disappearance of species, need to be rethought through other forms of eating and sourcing of nutrients that challenge extractive aquaculture.
Different from intensive farming that produces an excess of nitrogen, other creatures do opposite processes. They clean the water by breathing. And so do other filter feeder scallops and clams and razor clams, barnacles, but also seaweeds like kelp, sea lettuce, or dulse. They are incredible sources of easy access protein without the need for feed, medication, or fertilizers.
Despite having lost connection today to some of these ingredients, they were abundant and used by both humans and animals. Archaeological remains of prehistoric sheep in Scotland have marks in their teeth that indicate a kelp-based diet. And even in modern times, a booming industry in Skye has emerged for kelp-based explosives during the Napoleonic War in the 1920s.
Kelp was used to nourish poor soils for millennia. In places like Jersey in the Channel Islands, the use of seaweed as fertilizer had been a common practice, with laws explicitly regulating the collective usership and also the optimal seasons for its gathering. Certain varieties like kelp or bladderwrack has abundant quantities of minerals that once laid on the fields would slowly be released and accelerate the growth of tubers.
Crafters have also used the tidal zone not only for fish traps, where all sorts of fish would be caught by the low tide, but also forage dulse and eat it raw or boiled in soup. Over centuries, food sourcing from the intertidal zone enabled social structures where women were the strength of fishing economies, from sorting oysters on the beach, lifting the catch, to carrying their husbands to shore.
After sourcing oysters from naturally occurring beds, it was later discovered that they could be grown on oyster tables, structures going hundreds of meters into the sea where oysters are washed following moon cycles.
On the Isle of Skye, our oyster table has been functioning as a dining table to open up the discussion around other aquacultures that could happen. Every day at high tide, the structure allowed its oysters, mussels, seaweeds to breathe while one oyster can filter up to 120 liters of seawater per day. At low tide, the oyster table emerges above the sea and functions as a dining table where we placed some humans. Over breakfast, lunch, or dinner, according to the tides, performative meals feature a series of CLIMAVORE ingredients, where workshops with fishermen, politicians, residents, and scientists have been held to discuss another cultural imaginary for the island. Guests enjoyed bloody oyster Mary cocktails, crunchy shingles, or lasagna for sure, amongst other many CLIMAVORE delights.
Aiming to divest away from salmon farming on the island and develop alternative and regenerative aquacultures, a network of restaurants was also established whereby each replaced farmed salmon with a CLIMAVORE dish. A food truck, a local bakery, a Michelin star restaurant, a bar, hotel. They all served different CLIMAVORE dishes, from CLIMAVORE dal soup to cocoa kelp CLIMAVORE ice cream, twice-dyed CLIMAVORE scallops, or CLIMAVORE rope-grown mussel nibbles. And the restaurant for us is important to go back to the origins, the etymological origins of restaurant, which used to be an establishment in 19th century Paris called the Bouillon Restaurant, where you would get that bouillon, a restorative soup to warm up the body. And we see the space of the restaurant today as the site to actually not only restore the human body, but to restore ecology at large.
At the core of our project and exhibition, Salmon and Red Herring, at Tate Britain, this movement was expanded with Tate's removal of salmon across its menus in all restaurants and cafes throughout the 4 sites in perpetuity, and the introduction of a CLIMAVORE dish and a menu instead. This consisted of seaweed-based dishes instead of farmed salmon, and also a new beer produced with Coolin Brewery in Skye that used oyster shells for carbonization and kelp in its brewing processes. For our Turner Prize exhibition last year, we expanded this project and worked with more than 20 museums across the UK that all became CLIMAVORE, removing farmed salmon off their menu and introducing CLIMAVORE menus.
In Skye, the CLIMAVORE station is a coastal heritage platform that acts as a catalyst to divest the island away from farmed salmon and promote regenerative aquaculture instead. So part of the educational mission of the platform is actually to train and secure placements for teenagers from the local cooking school to become the next generation of CLIMAVORE cooks, and also get a placement in the partner restaurants that remove salmon. And through these pedagogical and professional development, the future cooks of the island can then start introducing a new coastal imaginary.
The CLIMAVORE station also develops a host of new cultivation techniques for an intertidal polyculture farm, or a seacroft, that will host a multiplicity of species growing as an ecology. The replicable and scalable model can become a multi-test site and a pedagogical space for coastal communities. After doing water surveys, we've made the first seeding experiment in Skye in collaboration with local marine biologists, testing out different materials and textures for the seaweed to attach to them. From the waste streams that aggregate from the consuming mussels and oyster shells, the CLIMAVORE station also investigates new materials that are being developed in Skye to reduce the amount of food waste going to the landfill. Instead, we have been collecting waste shells from local restaurants and transformed them into new building materials without cement or petrochemical resins.
Through these many metabolic interactions, the tidal zone becomes a space of opportunity for discussing the spatial constructions of the ocean and its shores, and to rethink coastal policy and facilitate small-scale independent initiatives. The CLIMAVORE station also works across education, farming, materials, oral histories, and legal action, as it also provides advice on how to open your own oyster or seaweed farm.
Slowly, people coming up the sky would ask for sky kelp, sky dulls, sky oysters, or sky mussels, ingredients that regenerate the coast by breathing, in this era of increasingly evident man-induced climatic events. On the tidal zone, we can determine what we eat as humans change climates.
Thank you.
I'd just like to end with a few notes of thanks. Thank you to all the contributors for their time and their generosity. Danny Burrows and CLIMAVORE for thinking together with us today. British Council for your support. All the members of the team, the staff, the external teams that have allowed for this program to take place. I also want to draw your attention to another program that's happening excuse me, a month from now, at the end of March, on the 26th and the 27th, Shifting Earth Symposium. It's a 2-day symposium that's going to be looking at biodiversity and ethnobotany in the UAE landscape, the broader region of the Arabian Peninsula, vis-a-vis the global biodiversity crisis. There's also a film by Habib Ayeb that played earlier today, and will continue to play for another day tomorrow as well in Gallery 9. Thank you again for coming. Have a good evening.